Testing. There we go. There we go. Sorry about that. It looks like it defaulted my audio. Let me check this. See if something plays. Okay, that didn't work. Let's try this. Okay. All right. No, it was sorry about that. When I opened OBS, it seems it defaulted my audio device. But we are fixed, so we're good. All right. So what you guys missed was I said, is the audio good? I always have audio issues. Here we are. Gotta love it. So last night, before bed, I decided to type up just a little rant, and then I went to sleep, and I woke up, and there were like 300,000 views on the post. So my phone and computer have been virtually useless all day. But I have closed everything to do with X outside of the chat. We have the chat working now for X to where it shows up on stream. And that way everyone should be able to hop in here and everyone can see what everyone's saying across the platforms. I might even make it a little bigger for you guys there. There we go. So how's everyone's day so far? Let's see. Maybe it's X unless he's having a boomer moment. Always assume that it's probably my fault when something isn't working. That's just me being honest. I try to pretend like I have any idea what I'm doing. But I'm just a guy in his room that kind of figured out how to live stream. So a lot of YouTube tutorials. But welcome to the show, everybody. We are gonna get started. I figure we just go ahead and dive right in because just based on the way that the last episode went, the 4 hours flew right by, and just starting the day down here in Australia. Oi, good on ya. How's my Australian accent? Probably terrible. Nice of everyone to show up. Thank you guys for joining the stream here. I'm just gonna go ahead and pull the web up. See where we're. Oh, lighting issue. Okay. So where we sort of stopped was we haven't explored a whole lot of the direct ties between Elon Musk and Peter Thiel outside of Elon Musk's every single company, basically. And there start with PayPal. Now through PayPal, we obviously have like Harris Fricker, Max Levchin, Upan, Luke Nosik. We have David Sachs, who is now the crypto czar, the AI and crypto czar, who's connected to the Twitter files. We have Matt Taibbi. The Pritzker family started coming up, and Michael Schellenberger specifically, who I'd love to get into today on stream, and then sort of breaking down the Tenet Media Group. So Lauren Chin, Tim Pool. We have I think Benny Johnson was part of that, if I'm not mistaken. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Does anybody have a list of all the Tenet Media funded people? I know Tim Pool's one of them with his stupid beanie. Don't you guys think it's hilarious that Tim Pool was like, I didn't even know that I was being funded by this thing? Like, really? And you want people to listen to you about stuff? Stupid. Lauren Chin for sure. I think it was it through her husband? What was her husband's name again? I don't remember. We'll look at it. I'm sure somebody will have some stuff for us. So we have a bunch of Peter Thiel's VCs, I guess is the best way to phrase that. Hey, it's Jobby. Glad you're here doing this. I can't watch right now, but we'll watch later. Support. Hey, thanks for stopping by, brother. I appreciate you. I see you tagging me and stuff too, telling people to check me out. Thank you for that. I don't even want the followers, but if they'll just read the posts and the information in the posts, they can, guys, you can steal my stuff. I want you to know that right now. I know a lot of people are very like, you know, I want credit. It's my work. I worked really hard on it. I like to think that I work really hard. This information should be free and it should be available to everybody. Amazing work, man. This is similar to the video Dr. Shiva made about the swarm. They're all interconnected and not in a conspiracy way. I agree with the sentiment when it comes to the whole term of conspiracy. I hate the way that it's used because when you look up like the definition of conspiracy or to conspire, it's one or more people working together to achieve a result or a goal, right? Which my comments still do not show up in Twitter chat. Strange. Really? That is weird. Because when I go to the... Here, I'll even show you a screenshot. Let me screenshot this chat option here. So I'll just paste it on the web for now so you guys can see it. When I do the Twitter chat, I don't block anybody. Everyone is allowed. So that's really weird. You maybe go too hard in like a JQ space or something, and they were like, "Oh, we got to shut this guy down. He can't be talking on here." um, you know what's really bothering me right now though is the fact that I just have two ties to Israel, and one of them is Ehud Barak, and the other is Robert Maxwell, because Peter Thiel is absolutely connected to Israel, and so is Elon. I know that's not really the most profound thing that I've said on the stream, but it is true. So let's go ahead and fix that. And we could even, what I'm probably gonna do is try to make some room for the different defense projects that Peter Thiel carries out with Israel. So let's, man, I'm telling you guys, half of the work of this web is just keeping everything organized. Let's see here. So that looks good. I'm gonna add Project Lavender because that's the one that I know most specifically about. But Carbine 911 is another prominent one, which I also don't have. There we go. Let's see here. Project Lavender. Do you guys know about Project Lavender? How it's like essentially Peter Thiel's using AI to automate kill lists on behalf of Israel. We'll go ahead and just make it orange, I guess. Like automating the genocide in Palestine. Do you guys know about that? There's been a couple articles and videos on it, but I think that the best one to look at is when Peter Thiel was confronted about it and said, "I defer to Israel," because he glitches out. Let's see here. Somebody asked him about it. Here it is.
So, what do you think about the use of artificial intelligence or lavender by the IDF in identifying Hamas targets?
Or something between Thiel and Musk, maybe put Trump campaign or Trump administration. Ooh, that's tough because let me show you guys my Trump administration web. It got really messy really fast. Let's see here. What up, Peaches? This and I only use like half of the administration. It got pretty messy pretty fast. Like we have Kash Patel. What's crazy is I had Kash Patel as the FBI director months ago, and people were like, "Nah, he ain't gonna get it." I was like, "Okay. Well, the Trump Media Group's been giving his company Trishul a lot of money, which, by the way, Trishul was a legal consultant for Matt Gaetz during his sex trafficking of a minor scandal when he allegedly, just to be safe. What's up? How we doing? When Matt Gaetz allegedly, I have to say, trafficked a 16-year-old across state lines to allegedly do things. I have to say allegedly a lot, I think. I don't know. I'm trying not to get sued. But yeah, this so we have like Susie Wiles. Dude, do you guys know about Pam Bondi? I know this is a little off topic to the Elon Musk Peter Thiel thing, but like, oh, it's so bad. Pam Bondi's connected to Scientology. The Florida Citizens for Social Reform, which was specifically founded as a Scientology group associated with the Church of Scientology. And this was in 2016. Right? And that's just the start. That's just the start of it. So another thing is that so Pam Bondi was going to, oh man, I can't even remember what the specific reason was, but she was, check the link I sent. Format he grouped those organizations may help your chart, brother. Let's see. Now I've never had any issue with what's his name? Dr. Shiva, but what I will say is that he gets pushed a lot. I have so many comments in my spam where they say, "Hey, check this guy out," and I don't have any problems with him at all. Just something I've noticed. He's probably the most consistent one where people are like, "Go watch his stuff."
Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai. How a very small set of people control 8 billion people. This is what I call the elite. Let's say there's about 10,000 of them. How is it these people are able to manipulate the 8 billion people here? If you talk to a lot of naive people, they think, oh, it's the Rothschilds over here, or it's the aliens. They don't understand. It's not any one individual. It's not any one organization. There's something called swarm intelligence. If you watch all those birds flying together, not any one of them is in control. They move together as a unit. They're closely knit. They're quote unquote telepathic, but they move with a singular goal. The goal of the elites here is power, profit, and control. This is the goal. So if we look at it from a control system.
So far, he's right. So far, I have to concur.
So what are the inputs they're sending into this system to achieve their goals? And what is the output that they seek? So if you're an elite over here and you're looking at those 8 billion people,
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's pretty spot on. Let's see. Fat is unhealthy. Does that say dumb equals ignorant, happy equals entertained, divided, isolated, disconnected?
When people here are looking to them, the enemy here, for their saviors, they really love that. They want people to be disorganized, and they definitely want people to be helpless. This is what they want.
Yep. Yep. They don't want you Big 3, BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard. And then there's also Sequoia Capital. There's the Susquehanna International Group, which, by the way, if you guys want, I actually, so I called out Thomas Massey yesterday, and I guess he saw it, and he got so upset that he unfollowed me. Oh man, it was so good. Hold on, I'll show you. I believe it's up here at the top. I know that we're still a little off topic here, but so where is it? Mainly sent you the link as a reference, how he charted it all, like to help or something. Yeah, I'm gonna probably watch it in my when we're not live. And see if I can add any of it to my body of work and maybe give him credit. I appreciate that. I've got it in my history now, so I will. I'm probably just gonna keep it up in a tab and then watch it after stream, most likely. But really quickly, I wanna show you guys something. Elon Musk, Starlink, NRO, National Reconnaissance Office. Yeah, Elon Musk is launching a bunch of spy satellites into space, and he's going to use them to create a space cloud. Now, Google and Microsoft and Amazon are also launching their own satellites to create their own space clouds. But eventually what we're going to see is the same thing we always see with markets, is they're going to proliferate and then consolidate. Sometime in the potentially distant future, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, all of that is going to be one entity. Eventually. Now, it might not even be in our lifetime. There's a good chance that it will be, but they pretty much all work together right now anyway. I think X has the biggest potential as far as like where everybody's going and feeding Grok, and you know, Grok just that Saturn logo was insane. But I do think that eventually, over time, we will see a consolidation of all big tech under one umbrella. Now, I could be wrong. I'm not a genius by any means. I'm just I will always tell you guys I'm just some dumb guy in his room who uses the internet, and I like to look into stuff. I'm not like some sort of authority figure, or you know, I don't have any experience with journalism or reporting or anything. I look into stuff. I doubt basically everything, and I don't trust the government. And I think those are three pretty good guiding principles for people to have. But all right, so we're gonna. Would you guys like it if I just pulled up the post with Thomas Massey really quick? I just want to reference this, and then we'll get back to the web, because it's already been 30 minutes. I'll tell you what, let's watch the Peter Thiel stutter. I'll show you the Thomas Massey post, and then we'll start building out the web.
Look, I'm not, without going into all the I'm not on top of all the details of what's going on in Israel because my bias is to defer to Israel. It's not for us to second guess.
Look at the deer in headlights. He's sweaty. Like, you can just tell that this guy is up to no good.
Everything, and I believe that broadly the IDF gets to decide what it wants to do, and that they're broadly in the right, and
that's crazy. You guys think it's because Israel pays them all that money? Surely not. Hold on, I just want to watch him stammer one more time because it's really funny. Sounds like Zuckerberg, like early Zuckerberg before he got all the PR and marketing training. You remember when he did the Smokin' Meats stream when they first launched live streams? Centralized data centers, different companies to promote the illusion of choice. Exactly. I like to say that what we're seeing is the building of it's decentralized centralization, where all of the data centers are going to be connected, but they're going to be everywhere. There's going to be 20 of them in meat like a brisket. Yeah. There's going to be like 20 in Texas. There's going to be like 45 in Utah. There's going to be probably 250 in Virginia. And they're all going to connect to each other, but they're decentralized in the sense that there's not like one main hub. It always gets me that he never talks like someone playing Puppet Master with the world, but more like that kid that accidentally called the teacher mom. And that's exactly why Elon Musk is in charge in the public eye, and Peter Thiel is not, because Peter Thiel sucks at talking. He's really good at spying on people. That's about it. Antitrust laws? Man, those are for us. Those are for us. I wonder why it keeps spamming the chat that I put. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Illusion of choice makes sense, just like voting left and right. You got it. Did you see the clip of him being asked about the assassination of the healthcare CEO? It's also hilarious. No, but if you have a link, I'd be happy to. All right, we're gonna go look at look, now I sound like Peter Thiel. Where is it at? Where is it at? Right here. Right here. Okay, so AIPAC tracker. They said they posted this and said I may be the only Republican in Congress who hasn't done homework for AIPAC, and said Thomas Massie received $0 from AIPAC. And shocker that the charismatic face can't actually provide a thought with substance. Who, Elon? If it's not talking about how great he is, or shitting on the left, he doesn't really say anything ever. It's just kind of like the ramblings of somebody who's been told yes their entire life. And you can tell. Because when he gets upset, he acts like a huge bitch. He turns into a child. So I decided to let people know that Thomas Massie does in fact get money from pro-Israel groups. He got $13,000 from Susquehanna International. This is his open secrets, $13,200. Lost a follower. So Susquehanna International Group's co-founder is Jeff Yass. Jeff Yass donates to the Kohelet Policy Forum in Israel, which is run by a Talmudic scholar. Now, for people that haven't read the Talmud, it's some really, really fucked up shit. Really, really terrible beliefs. I wonder how long till Massie gets removed from any influential positions given his current track. I think he's a controlled opposition type. I think he's one of those ones where it gives people small little hope that someone is in Congress fighting for them, and he's just going to be a lame duck outside of his own state because he votes alone on the budget most of the time. He protest votes like the GOP spending bill. Talmudic beliefs have very bad outcomes for those they consider goys. Exactly. And Jeff Yoss, who is a co-founder of this Susquehanna group and also donates to the Kohelet Policy Forum, and it's run by a Talmudic scholar named Moshe Koppel, or Moishe, I think is how you pronounce it, Avram Diskin, and Eugene Kontrovich. And then a little bit about them. So Moishe Koppel participates in the Knesset. This is Moishe Koppel, right? And he worked with Shlomo Argamon and Jonathan Schlur to study the Talmud. And looks like Shlomo Ingalls and Argamon, and written 2 books on the Talmud. So it says here, has been active in efforts to draft a formal constitution for the state of Israel intended to replace the quasi-constitutional system of basic laws from which the government derives its powers. He participated in meetings of the Knesset's Constitution Committee under the chairman of member of Knesset Michael Eaton during the 16th Knesset and prepared the drafts for the committee's work on religion and state. So essentially, he's like helping to draft what will eventually be the Constitution for the state of Israel and like solidify their existence there. Always a Shlomo involved somewhere. Every time, Berg. Sorry. Now this is just one guy. We have Avram Diskin, who in the 1980s and early 1990s chaired the Cadets Committee of the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Since the 90s, he served as the statistician of the Central Committee of Elections in Israel. He is known as a political centrist and was one of the founders of the Third Way Party in 1996. And then Eugene Kontrovich works with the Jerusalem Post. He's part of the Federalist Society, which, by the way, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, contains 5 or 6 of our Supreme Court justices. So this guy is in this Federalist Society group with 5 or 6 of our Supreme Court justices. And another person that's part of that Federalist Society is Vivek Ramaswamy. Another thing that Eugene Kontrovich did, and this might sound crazy, coined the term galbalization, which is the practice of one country sending its excess prison population to another country with excess capacity. Do you guys remember when, I think this was like maybe 2 weeks ago, the president of El Salvador said that if Trump wanted to start shipping people to his super prison facility, that he was fine with it, because our private prison system population is at capacity. That's what this is. That's this whole concept. Sending your excess prison population to another country. Now, these are the 3 main guys that are over the Kohelet Policy Forum. And Jeff Yoss donates to them and runs Susquehanna International. And so I was pointing that out to the AIPAC tracker and saying, like, hey, just because Thomas Massie isn't getting money from AIPAC doesn't mean he's not funded by Israel or pro-Israeli interests. Because as far as I'm concerned, the Kohelet Policy Forum is pro-Israel, and all 3 people that run it are pro-Israel. Jeff Yoss is Jewish, and pro-Israel. And, they said, good catch. And I said, thanks. Also wanted to say that it was the same case in 2022 with Susquehanna International. But this Club for Growth. So this Club for Growth PAC, which is essentially similar to AIPAC, it just doesn't have a direct reference to Israel in the name. But I'm going to show you guys how it's similar. So he responds and says, for heaven's sake, AIPAC spent $400,000 against me last cycle for my votes. Theater. That's all theater. They control the elections and they control the funding. They fund your opponent and then give you the election so that it looks like your opposition. And that's the definition of controlled opposition. And then he says, Club for Growth is not AIPAC. That's laughable. They don't do foreign policy. Okay, well, the number one biggest donor to Club for Growth is Jeff Yass. The guy over Susquehanna that's Jewish that donates to the Coelho Policy Forum. And so he said, unfollowed you for this nonsense. People need useful information, not noise. You know what's useful to me? Knowing when somebody is being funded by multi-billion-dollar international corporations while pretending to speak out about campaign finance. Someone that pretends to call out that Israel is buying all of our politicians while receiving money from pro-Israel interests. Look what they did to me. I must be genuine. Exactly. And it's like, okay, so you were like, what, one of the 3 politicians funded by AIPAC that didn't win your election? I wonder why that is. It's because they're giving them fucking money anyway. So I responded and I said, that's fine with me. I unfollowed you after you endorsed Trump anyway. Full endorsement. The truth hurts, but the truth is the truth. Exactly. And he didn't even say anything I said was a lie. He didn't say he didn't get money from them. And he said they don't do foreign policy. I never mentioned a thing about foreign policy. I said they were pro-Israel. Notice he didn't refute that. They'll do anything but call you a liar. Wow, just wow. It's like an onion, rings and layers of deception. Exactly. And so other ways that the Club for Growth is very similar to AIPAC, even though they don't deal in foreign policy, I think everyone with a brain can understand that Israel has expressed domestic interests as well. Like when it comes to the United States, Israel has interest and influence here. So it doesn't have to do anything with foreign policy. It can be values and policies and stuff here that they want us to have here. Some of the other notable recipients: Ted Cruz gets money from AIPAC. Pat Toomey gets money from AIPAC. Jeff Flake gets money from AIPAC. Tom Cotton, one of the worst offenders of AIPAC. Chris McDaniel, Dan Sullivan, Ben Sass, all of them get money from AIPAC. But it's just a coincidence that Thomas Massie gets money from this same group that they all get money from. That is funded, again, by a pro-Israel billionaire who donates to help create the Constitution of Israel. Jeff Yass runs Club for Growth with Richard Uihlein. Notable donors: Peter Thiel, top of the list, $2 million. And that was just in this last cycle. We have Virginia James, we have John W. Childs, we have Robert D. Arnott, Robert Mercer of Cambridge Analytica, who's also really good friends with Peter Thiel, and then Paul Singer. Jeff Yass donated $20 million alone to the Club for Growth in 2020. In March of 2021, Israeli newspaper Haaretz reported that Jeff Yass and Arthur Danchik were behind a large portion of the donations of the Kohelet Policy Forum in Israel. According to Haaretz, Yass is also a major supporter of Israeli right-wing think tanks. And in April of 2024, The Guardian reported that Jeff Yass donated $16 million to anti-Muslim and pro-Israel groups. So I said, seems pretty pro-Israel to me. And he just never responded and unfollowed me. So that was pretty funny. I thought that was really funny because I like the things that Thomas Massie says. There's a reason he doesn't get fucking anything done. He's a lame duck, and he's paid to be a lame duck. And I'm sorry if that shatters anybody's illusions of Thomas Massie. But yeah, this Club for Growth, Jeff Yass has also donated to Rand Paul, amongst others. These are the founders. So you have Thomas Rhodes and Stephen Moore, Heritage Foundation. Stephen Moore is a part of that. The Cato Institute, which is a think tank here in the U.S. And then Richard Gilder, who's part of this firm. And then the Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History, where they teach fake history. And all of this came from me looking into just a couple bills. Oh, all right. So we are back to Peter Thiel, Elon Musk. What is this? Oh, is that the healthcare thing? Let's take a look. Oh God, I didn't know it was gonna be Pierce
Peter
Morgan.
Thiel.
Oh geez. Oh, it's not. Okay. Well, yes, it is. Okay. You said 124.
And to those who think this shooter is a hero because he did it because he said this healthcare executive was presiding over a healthcare system which kills.
He looks like he's got the haircut of like not the main bully, but one of the bully's friends in like a coming of age 80s movie. Like he wouldn't be the main bully, but with this haircut that he's got going on here, he looks like he's one of the bully's lesser friends.
Thousands of Americans
Shiny
by denying
skin.
them cover. What would you say?
Dude, his veins. Do you guys think those are wires? I mean, I have one that's really prominent right here, but he's got them on both sides. It's probably the Neuralink.
To them?
Oh boy.
It's I don't know what to say. I think I still think you should try to make an argument, and I think this is you should, there may be things wrong with our healthcare system, but you have to make an argument, and you have to try to find a way to convince people and change it by that. And this is not going to work.
Maybe he accidentally sweated into his brain chip. Do you guys think Peter Thiel has a brain chip? I do. I think he does. He's like the robots from those old cartoons when they would get water spilt on them. And they just start wigging out. It's hilarious. Okay, so I need your guys' help. So we have Project Lavender with Peter Thiel. We have Carbine 9/11 with Peter Thiel in Israel. What else is Peter Thiel connected to Israel with? Oh. What I'd love to do is take the Technocracy Inc. web that I have. Let's see here. I might as well just connect Elon to his own grandfather. That seems like a safe bet. He's short-circuiting. I know. Because we could take this whole thing and just kind of add it. Where are we? Right here. Oh, geez. Oh, no. What have I done? We'll probably make it work. We can make it work. Now, we can go through all of this if you guys want, but I thought that maybe we could do that. Delete that one. Like that. And like that. There we go. Now it's all connected. Okay. Do you guys want to explore the Technocracy Inc. web, or would you like to keep building on the Elon Musk, Peter Thiel? Because I'm gonna start needing sources. Anybody that's like, oh, did you know about this? Should Elon's mother be on the web? I mean, technically, no. She's not really consequential, in my opinion, outside of the fact that she birthed Elon. That's pretty much her only significance. I'm definitely not going to put Errol Musk's stepdaughter and their child together. I'm sure you guys know about that. But Joshua Haldeman, he was all tied up in this this Technocracy Inc. stuff from 100 years ago. Let's see. What would be a good... Ooh, I know. Let's look into the Human Genome Human Immunome Project. I think I have that somewhere. Here? Probably. Yeah, all of this stuff. Okay, let me bring all this over here. Oh, there we go. So we have Linda Avey, who's part of 23andMe. Do I already have Sergey Brin on here? I do. Okay. So we can take all of that off. Should be entire episode on its own. It will be. I think it will be. All right. So I'm going to use this as a reference. But the Stanford Board of Fellows. I can't remember if Peter Thiel is a member of that or not. I don't think so. But he does speak at the Hoover Institute all the time. And I can show you guys a video of that if you'd like. Let's go ahead and add the Human Immunome Project. Are you guys aware of that? The Human Immunome Project? We'll just go to their About Us. The Human Immunome Project was designed to meet this moment to combine systems biology with the power of artificial intelligence to decode and model the immune system to provide health for all. Now, this is a lie because they're not providing health to anybody. And the entire medical industry has just been the rebranding of the eugenics movement. I wasn't aware of the Human Immunome Project. Then let's talk about it. So we have the Human Immunome Project, who Linda Avey, if anybody is aware of her, she is on the board of 23andMe. Mad scientist, absolutely. So Linda Avey, right here. 23andMe was the company started by Ann Wojcicki, who is in charge of it. And she was married to Sergey Brin for a while. And just a quick catch up for everybody. They went to Epstein's Island together. AI-powered immune systems. Okay, that's enough propaganda now. Sheesh. That's the thing, though, is so what they're doing is they're trying to get everybody's DNA. They're going to use AI, and they're going to decode your DNA sequences. And do you remember when Larry Ellison said that we're going to be able to cater each vaccine to each individual person based on their DNA? It's because of stuff like this. Stop sending. I'll tell you guys right now, please, for the love of everything, tell everyone you know, don't do a DNA test ever. The second that you send that off to a private company, they now own it, and they can do whatever they want with it. You're basically trading your data about your body so that you can learn who your great-great-grandparents were. And that's, you get to learn that you're like 2% Haitian or something. So don't do it. Don't do it. It's not a good idea. But this Human Immunome Project has a few people tied to it. So the first one is this lady named Jane Metcalf, who I'm just going to go ahead and bring all of this over. Let's see here. I'm just going to do like this. So Jane Metcalf is in charge of a couple things. Wired magazine. CIA lawyer Alex Spiro has represented Musk, Bannon, Brock Pierce, Jay-Z, Eric Adams, and Mr. Beast. Ooh, good call. I think he's on our web somewhere. Let me check. I could be wrong. Now, the one thing... Okay, yeah, I'm wrong. He's not on here yet. Good call out. Let's go ahead and add him on here. Do you guys remember Elon saying that he went to the Rachel Spiro Hebrew School in Pretoria, South Africa? I wonder if Alex Spiro is related. Probably not, but you never know. Let's see here. Let's bring that up. Copy link address. Browser. Bannon and Elon have a sort of public feud, yet they are both publicly sea-hiling and sharing the same CIA lawyer. Bannon downplayed the incident. The government agencies served thousands of subpoenas for all types of minor. This is a non-event. Oh, okay. That's very interesting. Because Brock Pierce has ties to Epstein. So let's see. Steve Bannon. And what was it? Yeah, The Edge. That's the dinner that Elon Musk attended, that Jeffrey Epstein ran, basically. Started. So let's see. Brock Pierce. Let's go ahead and add him on here. By the way, did you guys know that Ian Carroll's podcast co-hosts really like Brock Pierce? Even though he had allegations of child rape against him in the late 90s. So we have Steve Bannon and Jay-Z, that guilty as charged. All right. Is Jay-Z part of Universal Music Group? Or is he part of something else? Let's go see. Wasn't his record label Rockefeller Records? Rockefeller. Okay. That should have been enough. Yep, parent company, Universal Music Group. Should have known. Should have known. So let's just go ahead and tie him up with the Diddy thing. So here's my question. Why isn't Diddy hiring this Alex Spiro guy to represent him? Didn't Diddy's lawyer just quit? Oh, by the way, I've learned some stuff about Planned Parenthood too. And how that started as the Birth Control League through a lady named, believe it's Mary Lasker, who was married to Albert Lasker, who was the guy behind a lot of marketing in the, I believe it's the 40s and the 50s. Especially things like marketing Lucky Strikes to people. And then Mary Lasker was responsible for helping to lobby and establish most of the NIHs, which, by the way, NIH isn't just one institute. If you go look, NIH stands for the National Institutes of Health, and almost all of them were funded by Rockefeller and the government, and ran by this Mary Lasker lady. It's actually some stuff I'm digging into with like the eugenics program that I'm going to be doing an episode on here very soon. But I talked to a guy last night that kind of put me on to that, and he's a good dude. Lucky Strikes, wasn't Edward Bernays heavily tied with that, along with a lot of propaganda? Yes. Let's see. So there's Albert Lasker, Lucky Strike. Here's all of his ads. This is Albert Lasker specifically, but Bernays was more I think he was more the 20s and 30s, and then Albert Lasker came and started kind of picking up where he left off. If I'm not mistaken. I could be completely wrong. But I could have swore Edward Bernays was... Damn, he lived till 1995? 103. That's crazy. Public relations, connected with the CIA orchestrated overthrow of the Guatemalan government. I'm sure that... Okay. I guess I've looked at that before. The 1954 coup of the Guatemalan government. Why was I looking at this? Oh, Teddy Roosevelt. That's why. I think. Unless there's something else. Sullivan and Cromwell. Allen Dulles. Okay. Eisenhower. The Fruit Company. Edward Bernays' nephew of Sigmund Freud, Happiness Machines on YouTube. Google it. They use cigarettes as a symbol of feminism to push consumerism agenda. Exactly. They saw that women were like an untapped market. And so Bernays used a lot of the like psychology stuff from Sigmund Freud and made it to where it was basically like a rough form of the Hegelian dialectic, right? Oh, if you want to be, well, not really, but in a sense, you know, if you want to be a powerful, sexy woman, you'll smoke cigarettes. If you want to not need a man, you'll smoke cigarettes. Walter Lippmann. Where have I seen that name before? Lipman. Bernays paved the way for the CIA's overall goals. He was integral in getting it started. The Torches of Freedom. That's right. That's right. But yeah, Albert Lasker was a guy that was sort of working on some of this stuff too. And his wife, Mary Lasker, helped. Oh, I guess you guys can't see that. His wife, Mary Lasker, helped set up like the NHI, the NHS, the NIH, which led into the Public Health Service. You know, she had ties to Rockefeller. She worked with like all of these presidents for different things, like worked through Elizabeth Taylor, not a president, but on the AIDS campaign, National Cancer Act with Nixon, Ted Kennedy, and Jackie Kennedy, JFK, his wife. And they ended up doing the Tuskegee experiments from that with the whole syphilis thing. You had Thomas Perron, who under FDR helped with the New Deal. And they even have their own thing called the Lasker Awards. And this was that guy that I was talking to last night. I don't think he's here in chat today, but he could be. Planned Parenthood CEO acknowledges founders' ties to KKK, but we can't simply call her racist? What? Oh no. Alexis McGill Johnson acknowledged that the abortion's giant founder, Margaret Sanger. Ooh, Margaret Sanger's on this web too. She's down here. Oh yeah, the American Birth Control League into Planned Parenthood. He was telling me a lot about the cholesterol studies that they got into. She was also paired up with Upton Sinclair through the California Conservatives. Started the ACS. And then there's Kuhn, Loeb, and Co. that I've looked into before. But yeah, so Planned Parenthood, the what was it? The birth control league? American Birth Control League, that's it. Brock Pierce and Elon both attended parties at Al Seckel's place. Al Seckel was Isabel Maxwell's husband. Isabel was Ghislaine's sister. What? Okay. Okay. There he is. There's the guy. Deprogrammed is the guy that was showing me all that stuff last night. Which we're going to get into all of that stuff. Me and him are actually going to be collaborating on stuff. Died in 52, father of modern advertising. Wife Mary was the fairy godmother of medical research. Yeah, exactly. I was trying to not give all of that because it's off topic for the Peter Thiel Elon stuff, but also because I want to have it all built out with you and have you maybe even talk about it with me on a show one day. He was found dead at the bottom of a cliff. Wait, Al Seckel? So we need to bring that guy in here. You said it was Ghislaine Maxwell's sister? Isabella. Isabel. Yeah, it's on his wiki page. Yeah, we're going to have to go look at that. Here, let's bring this Terramar project over here. And we'll move MIT over just a little bit. So we have Isabel Maxwell. And you said that Brock Pierce and Elon both attended their parties. Okay. Okay, so now we're getting into the whole blackmail thing, because that was like Jeffrey Epstein's tour de force, if you will, is essentially getting people at these parties, getting them all fucked up, getting them set up with victims. He held a conference on Epstein's private island, Little St. James. This was that Al Seckel guy, you said? Oh my God. Wow. You know, I don't know what I expected him to look like, but it wasn't that. Jeez. Here, I'm going to shrink myself down a little so you guys can see more of the important stuff. I'm not so much the important part. The info is. American collector and popularizer of visual and other types of sensory illusions. Kind of like politics. Who wrote books about them, active in free thought movement as a skeptic. He was the co-founder and executor of the Southern California Skeptics. I've never heard of that. News coverage arising from his connection to Jeffrey Epstein has stressed Seckel's misrepresentation of his education and credentials. Oh, he's from New York. His mother was a refugee from the Nazis. Ruth Skonthal? Chantal? She went to Yale? Motherfucker. Okay. Of course. So we could even tie his mom into this. Let's do this. Al Seckel. And he's the one that had the parties. You said that that Elon and Brock Pierce went to, right? So Brock Pierce was not only abusing his position at Digital Entertainment Network, real life cartoon character, dude, who you telling? Some of these people, man, just don't look like people. Let's see, we got Brock Pierce, Al Seckel. We also need to connect Brock Pierce to Steve Bannon because Brock Pierce employed Steve Bannon. I'm wondering, do you guys think that... You can see here. Do you guys think that maybe Steve Bannon and Brock Pierce got linked up through Alex Spiro? Man, I need to follow this guy. Boom. Elon Musk used to attend parties at the house of Al Seckel, the husband of Isabel Maxwell. Seckel facilitated the connection between Jeffrey Epstein and Brock Pierce, the child. Now I'm reading this. These are not my words. The child rapist that founded Tether, the largest cryptocurrency by trade volume. John Edwards, a retired Air Force engineer who danced in 2 Michael Jackson videos and won $100,000 on a short-lived ABC show called Dance Machine, first met Seckel through a Southern California atheist group, and for a time the two were close friends. Edwards remembers meeting at Seckel's parties Tesla and SpaceX founder Elon Musk, drone pioneer Paul McCready, magician, and MacArthur fellow James Rand... Not the amazing Randy... Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Let's see. We'll just go ahead and we're going to pop this in here. Can you still read it? Not really. All right. So maybe we'll take Haldeman and put him like over here. He really just needs to be in his own thing. But this will do for now. Alex Spiro. Al Shekel. Boom. Where you at, Brock? Brock Pierce. You know what's really funny is when I brought up to Ian Carroll that his podcast co-host hang out with Brock Pierce, he was like, I don't really know a lot about Brock Pierce. Outside of the fact that he started a crypto company and he was a child actor. And I was like, that's really weird because with as much as you've dug into Epstein, you should know who this guy is. And you should be very concerned about the fact that you're working with people that are friends with him. And he said, well, you're going to fault me for a friend of a friend. And I'm like, yes, I am. Because, I mean, it's not like they just made an off-color remark or something like that. They're hanging out with a pedophile that has ties to Jeffrey Epstein. You should know this. He didn't care. So it says, and Dudley Moore. Wait, so who's Paul McCready? What did this guy do? The Hopkins School. Oh, boy. Another Yale. It's always Yale. Well, not always. Sometimes it's Stanford. So, I mean, we'll just go ahead and add these people in. We have Paul McCready. I can't believe the magician, the amazing Randy. I don't think that's his name, but I remember seeing that on a show or something. But he is a MacArthur fellow. That's not good. Oh. And who is the other one? Dudley Moore. I don't know who that is either. Should I? Dudley Moore. And I really want to look into Mike Solana also, who's part of this Hereticon thing, which we're definitely going to do. I don't even think I have him on here yet. Let's go ahead and add him on here. Sorry, I don't mean to get off topic, but I want to touch base back on Mike Solana. Because he's like the main guy behind this Hereticon thing, apparently. Okay, so Al Shekel. Also, the fact that his name is Shekel, isn't that just a little on the nose, you think? Oh, shit. Nose. Never mind. Oh, it's Sekel. Wait. Yeah. Okay. My bad. That was my fault. That was a Freudian slip. Richard Feynman. One of the biggest names he met through Sekel was physicist Richard Feynman. I don't know Richard Feynman either. I feel like I should know these people, but I don't. Let's go look. What else did this guy do? Oh, he's tied to Yale. That's right. Okay, one sec. Paul McCready. Where's Yale? There it is. Okay. So maybe if we move this down a little, we'll move Al out of the way. We'll get May Musk's useless ass out of here. Paul McCready. Okay. We'll move Al Sekel down here. Dudley Moore was an actor. He's in the movie Arthur and 10. Okay. Well, apparently he's also he also attended parties with Robert Maxwell's son-in-law. Pierce describes Bannon as having been his right-hand man for 7 years. It's a whole thread, by the way. There's a lot to look at. Okay. We'll take it one post. We'll take it one post at a time on that thread and kind of build out from here. So you said actor. Who's it's hard to tie actors into stuff, but Arthur and 10. I'm not sure if I've heard of that before. Maybe if I saw his face. The Santa Claus movie? They're all actors. That's true. Arthur 2, On the Rocks, Milo and Otis. I don't think I've seen any of these. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Bedazzled. The Wrong Box. Yeah, I guess he's not going to be too involved. And went camping with them. Oh, geez. Okay. And so John Edwards, Pierce describes Bannon as having been his right-hand man for 7 years. Steve Bannon, Goldman Sachs reportedly made a $30 million investment in IGE. I actually have some stuff on that. Hold on, let me pull that up really quick. Here it is. All right. So there's Brock Pierce and IGE. Did you guys know Brock Pierce is part of Blockchain Capital, Mastercoin, Bitcoin Foundation? He's an advisor to the Medici Bank and oh, you guys can't see it. Brock Pierce joined brothers Bart and Bradford Stevens in founding the venture capital firm Blockchain Capital. He worked with Mastercoin, a startup that raised capital via an initial coin offering in 2013. Pierce and a group of investors filed an offer to purchase the assets of MT Gox using a Cypriot entity called Sunlot Holdings. And Pierce was elected director of the Bitcoin Foundation in May 2014. He's also an advisor of the Medici Bank and co-founder of DNA Holdings. He's a managing member at Percival Capital. He's a partner at Distributed Network Advisors and chairman of head of the Bitcoin Foundation. Serves as an advisor at AirSwap. He served as an advisor at Mind AI. He's also a co-founder of Xfire and served as its board member. In addition, he's a co-founder and served as chairman and advisor at DigiCurrency. There's a lot on Brock Pierce there. But what we could do is maybe take all of these things and add them here. I feel like I'm going to have to pull Brock Pierce a little out of the web, maybe. Let's see. We'll put him up here. And then I think I might just be able to move old Jeffy Bezos's grandfather. That. Yeah, that looks good. Egg-shaped human. Oh, Bill Ackman? Yeah, Bill Ackman's a piece of shit. Bill Ackman's wife got donations from Jeffrey Epstein when she was at MIT. Let's see. All right, so we're going to do this. I'm going to put this here. I don't really need his picture, but we can take that away. We'll put IGE here, which connects him to Steve Bannon. What else were him and Steve Bannon partnered on? Does it have anything about it in that thread by chance? He has that Kissinger build. Facts. Dude, Henry Kissinger was he was built like the piece of shit that he was. Thank God. These networks, they move around and become CEOs, advisors, investors, consultants, etc. within these circles. Dr. Shiva also highlights this trend. Yeah, it's basically like musical chairs. Once they've gotten their fill or played their part in whatever it is, they'll move on and use those new credentials to do something else. Usually something adjacent, but let's see. Did you guys know that Brock Pierce also has spoken at the Milken Institute? Or what was it? Let me double check. Milken Global Conference. Now, the Milken Global Conference is run by the Milken Institute. Brock Pierce was shilling EOS big time. It was so hyped when I got into crypto. Now it's dead. Yeah, basically everything that these guys do is like vaporware. They'll get you in on it on hype, and then just completely abandon the project after they've pulled everything that they want out of it. But so the Milken Global Conference is part of the Milken Institute. Which is run by this guy named Michael Milken. I believe that's his name. Yeah, Michael Milken, who was part of the Drexel Burnham Lambert scandal and was found guilty and got pardoned by Donald Trump. And that's where we're going to start getting the Apollo Global people, because a lot of the people from Drexel Burnham Lambert just went into Apollo Global, which I think... No, that's okay. Leon Black. Leon Black was part of Apollo Global. Yeah. And he was also on the Epstein thing. So let's see if we can find a way to take Leon Black up here into this part instead. Maybe... All right, May, you're really getting in the way. Here we go. Leon Black, who was also connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Let's see, I might be able to bring the Manhattan Institute here. We'll move Ghislaine up just a little. So we have Leon Black. Like, look at all these people that are connected to Epstein. Let's do this. We're going to take Michael Milken and bring him back down this. Take the Milken Institute and put it here. And then Michael Milken will go to Drexel Burnham Lambert. And this was a firm, I believe they were behind the junk bond crisis, if I remember correctly. But we're going to go take a look. You know who else was part of Drexel Burnham Lambert? Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage. Yeah, so driven by senior executive Michael Milken. Drexel steered numerous large corporate takeovers during the 1980s. That's where we got a lot of like hostile corporate takeovers. leveraged buyouts, things like that we see today. Where does it say downfall? Okay, so they were charged with insider trading. What's this about? 2 days later, Rudy Giuliani launched his own investigation. Milken refused to cooperate with Drexel's own internal investigation. Oh, you guys can't even see that. Only speaking through his attorneys. A year later, Martin Siegel, the co-head of M&A, pled guilty to sharing inside information with Boesky during his tenure at Kidder Peabody. I'm just joining for the very first time, so who are you, we saying, is the big boss? Are you just working up to that? Well, the topic of this episode specifically is just exploring Elon Musk and Peter Thiel as like two figures, and then seeing everything they're tied to, and then everything that everyone that is tied to those things. So it's like the way that it all works is it's like just a series of proxies, and there are people that are at the top, but the ones that are actually like calling the show, very, very hard to find information on them. But if we can map out the entire system and sort of get like an understanding of how it works, I feel like people will be more informed on how to avoid these things, not support these things, not support these people, and slowly but surely like step away and mitigate our involvement in the system. And just like with any market, if nobody's participating in all of the things that they're doing, then they have no power. And that's kind of the, I guess, hopeful glint in my eye sort of wish for this and just kind of everything that I do. It was something here. Was it just, oh, okay, the junk bond crisis. That's what it was. They were part of the junk bond crisis. They were selling junk bonds to people. We'll maybe make that white. Got it. Thank you. You are welcome. So from there, where did I put Joe Lonsdale? Or no, it was Leon Black. It was Leon Black, I believe. Yes. Okay. From there, we have Drexel Burnham Lambert ended up reshuffling into Apollo. If I can spell. Global Management. Right here, which had Leon Black. It also had Mark Rowan. 3 of Rowan's bosses at Drexel Burnham Lambert went to prison for insider trading. He told Bloomberg in a profile that includes the company's top moneymaker, Michael Milken, a Wharton grad who had his name removed from a donor board in the school's main lobby after his conviction. Milken was pardoned decades later by President Donald Trump. And then Leon Black was involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Does anybody have more information on Mark Rowan? Because I feel like I've heard that name a few times, but I haven't made myself familiar with him. Wait, was Rowan part of Johns Hopkins University Talented Youth? No, that was Ronan Farrow. Sorry. I got them confused. I really feel like we could probably add this in here for dramatic effect. Leon Black. Jeffrey Epstein. What else have Steve Bannon and Brock Pierce done together? Because I know they were partners at the IGE thing. We need to add the Donald Trump pardon here. Because why would Donald Trump go out of his way to pardon Michael Milken for something that happened in like the 90s? Very weird. Brock Pierce tied to Jeffrey Epstein. I think that was about all I had on there for them. Goldman Sachs and Breitbart. Where can we put Goldman Sachs? Maybe here. Like this. There. We have Breitbart. All right, let's go back to that thread really quickly. Brock Pierce was invited to the inauguration by Jeffrey Epstein's friend Steve Bannon, who desired to take over Epstein's blackmail role. Pierce was there hanging with Eric Adams. Is that Mayor Eric Adams? Or is that a different Eric Adams? Pastor, it was, wow, okay. It was. So we have Emancipation Hall and was attending with Mark Burns and Eric Adams. Oh my God. Brock Pierce said, "I'm so optimistic. It feels like maybe the beginning of a new dawn, maybe a golden age." And was this the first inauguration? And this is all through Alex Spiro. And that's probably why Eric Adams is getting let off the hook. I don't think Trump ever disliked that guy. I'm starting to think that maybe Eric Adams was never actually in any danger. The mayor of New York City. Let's see. The Soros Fellowship was Paul Soros. It was Soros's brother. George Soros's brother. From George Soros, we could tie in Steve Mnuchin. Obviously, like Hillary Clinton. Scott Bessent, our brand new Treasury Secretary. For some reason, Donald Trump finds it necessary to make George Soros bankers our treasury secretaries. Because this is the second time in a row that he's done this. Do like this. Who has some more on Bill Ackman? Because we can always build out from him too. Let's see, George Soros, to Steve Mnuchin, and Scott Bessent. Now, Steve Mnuchin was part of the One West Bank fraud. Netanyahu hired Bannon protege Aaron Klein for his election campaign. He was a former reporter for Breitbart. Really? Andrew Breitbart, who co-founded Huffington Post with Ariana Huffington, whose husband invested $5 million in DEN, the video company that Brock Pierce was the executive of when he got child rape allegations. Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So Breitbart, Andrew Breitbart. Bill Ackman is funding Planned Parenthood, supporting Israel. Some interesting things on Wikipedia already. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We have Bill Ackman is one of the largest donors to Planned Parenthood, and he's a prominent figure in the Universal Music Group. His wife got donations from Jeffrey Epstein. And remember, this is the same Universal Music Group with P. Diddy, Clive Davis, Lucian Grange, all that. Jay-Z. So we have Andrew Breitbart, and he co-founded the Huffington Post. With Ariana Huffington. Wait, I'll put her up here. Whose husband Michael Huffington. Like this. Okay. Okay. And then from there, it was... So Michael Huffington invested $5 million in Digital Entertainment Network. Is that right? He's an Ashkenazi. Of course he is. Oh, fucking course he is. It's crazy, too, because... So Bill Ackman went from, like, one of the biggest donors... Or, like, what... Not the biggest donors, but, like, he used to donate to the Democratic Party all the time. And now, all of a sudden, he's funding people like Vivek Ramaswamy and pro-Trump. I feel like Bill Ackman is the guy that none of the rich people wanna play with, but they have to sometimes because they feel bad for him or something. I don't know. Network, Michael Huffington. Aha. You didn't like the Democrat stance on Israel? How do I get past this? I don't want to give them money. I see it here, though. It says, hold on, let's see if we can just refresh. Aha! I cheated. I screenshotted it. Aha! Carl Icahn hates Ackman. Carl Icahn. Where have I heard that name before? The revisions of Santa Monica company known as DEN, spelled out in a fiery 38-page manifesto written 2 years ago by its founder, and for a while, executives from Disney and other major companies flocked to join the company. Digital Entertainment Network hired Hollywood directors and actors to create original programs for its website. Advertisers, including Ford and Pepsi, eagerly plastered their logos on DEN.net homepage, and industry giants such as Microsoft invested millions of dollars. What is this? Oh, in early 2022, together with his high school friends, yeah, Strive. Strive is Vivek Ramaswamy's like anti-woke, anti-DEI thing. Why won't it let me see the rest of this? Hold on. I'm trying to find a corroboration for Michael Huffington. I feel like I've seen the name Carl Icahn before. But where? Let's see. Yeah, see, I've went to his page before. Icahn Enterprises. Ashkenazi. Bought a seat on the New York Stock Exchange. Is that's probably where he took control of Marvel Comics in a rivalry with Ron Perl? Oh, okay, different Ron Perlman. Bought stock in Take-Two Interactive. Eli Lilly and Company. PayPal. The Hertz Corporate. Wow, he's part of a lot of shit. Okay. Upon becoming the presumptive Republican presidential nominee, Trump announced that he would nominate Icahn for United States Treasury. That's where it was. He was first up in line for the Treasury. And then Trump said, actually, we're going to go with Steven Mnuchin. Oh, he's tied to Gary Cohn. Spoke directly to President Trump and Gary Cohn about his proposed changes to the ethanol rule. Holy shit. Okay. I still can't. Oh, this guy went to Stanford? Of course. All right. Well, let's go ahead and tie him into Stanford. So where was the thing about Michael Huffington and Digital Entertainment Network? Because I'm really interested in tying that together. Also, just seeing that Microsoft invested millions. That's going to end up going on here. Maybe we could do something like this. Because I want to believe you. But I can't find anything to corroborate. Maybe we try Yandex. Microsoft. Disney. We have Ford. Ford invested. Pepsi invested. Which, interesting stuff about the PepsiCo CEO. I'd have to remember what it is. I have it somewhere mapped out, and then I'll be able to tell you the story behind it. I just can't remember what they're tied to specifically. Oh, you guys can't see that. Okay, sorry about that. I have to get better about that. Also, we're probably going to make the show multiple times a week moving forward. I feel like one time a week is just not conducive to what we're trying to do here. What would be another good day for you guys in the week? Go ahead and tie this guy to Stanford. That. So we have, dude, so many people coming out of Stanford. You know who else came out of Stanford was Nicole Shanahan, who was also married to Sergey Brin at one point. So we'll need to add her. This is one of Ian Carroll's favorite billionaires. And she's tied to the RFK campaign. And she's also part of some like biotechnica. I can't remember what it's called. Nicole was just interviewed and said that she had become a Christian. Yeah, okay. Okay, sure she has. She's like a transhumanist. How can you be a transhumanist and a Christian? If you're transhumanist, you're basically saying that God did a bad job, right? And that he's not perfect? Or that we were made in his image, but we got to change it a little. Weird. Weird. He received an MBA in finance from Harvard. Do we already have Harvard on here? Probably not. I still have to look into that university. Oh, we do have Harvard. Okay. This is going to be tricky. We'll come back to it. So is the husband not Michael Huffington then? I think it's a recent change of heart. You can't. Is it really a change of heart, though? Is she going to give up all the money? Is she going to stop doing the transhumanism stuff? I don't think so. I don't think so. You remember, it was a couple weeks ago, Nicole Shanahan said that the PayPal mafia, like Peter Thiel and Howard Lutnick and David Sachs and all them, that they were predictable. Predictable. Personal life. Yeah, it says here Michael Huffington. She's as Christian as Russell Brand, Judeo-Christian isn't a Christian. Exactly. They're all worshiping Saturn. So I can't find Michael Huffington's investment. Yeah, she talked about it on Glenn Beck, the Mormon. Michael Huffington has a straightforward connection to the digital entertainment network as an investor in the late 1990s. DEN was a startup aiming to produce. Ooh, dude, do you have a source? Attending a dinner hosted by DEN's founder Mark Collins Rector. This aligned with his interests in media. Crest Films Limited. Crazy. And then Mark Collins Rector is his own thing. Now again, I trust you guys to not lead me astray. But also I can't find any sources. Unless I just straight up missed it on his Wikipedia somewhere. There's got to be something about this guy somewhere. Ah. That's not the right one. Uh and Stockwell. What are you looking for? I'm just looking for a source on the Michael Huffington Digital Entertainment Network. I can't find it. Oh. Is it on maybe Archive? Why? Has it been scrubbed? They must have known we were looking for it. In addition, the lawsuits claim DEN execs plied them with Valium, Vicodin, Xanax, Percocet, marijuana, hashish, ecstasy, and roofies. Oh, perfect. Sent by Business Blunders. Mark Collins Rector. And that's when they were going to do their IPO. For early financing, majority owner and chairman Collins Rector turned to high-profile individuals he had come to know in Hollywood, including television actor Fred Savage. Now, I'm not going to lie, that is a name that I did not expect to add to this list. Okay. All right. I believe you guys. I did always believe you guys. But we have the proof. Oh, I was going to tell you guys about Pepsi. Oh, I think they're part of the Booz Allen Hamilton thing. Yes. Indra Nooyi, who's like the CEO of Pepsi, is part of this Booz Allen Hamilton thing, which is with James R. Clapper. You have the Todd Park, who was the CTO for Athena Health. He was the United States CTO and the Human Health Services CTO. You have Robert Backish of Paramount Global. You have Ian Brzezinski, who was Zbigniew Brzezinski's son. And that was a whole thing because Zbigniew was with Lyndon Johnson. Not Donald Blinken. Jimmy Carter. He was part of the Jamestown Foundation. Part of the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He was part of the Camp David Accords. He went to Johns Hopkins University. And then his son Ian was involved with George W. Bush. He was on the U.S. Senate Committee on Foreign Relations and the National Security Council. And he's part of the Atlantic Council, which is the thing that, when you're ready, I got more on Al Seckel. Oh, dude, throw it at me. Throw it at me. Where'd you go, Shekel? There he is. We'll just put Eric Adams, like, up here. I don't think he's really been responsible for anything except ruining New York, right? Okay, so we have Michael Huffington, thread on Al Seckel, TED and WEF talks, parties, wives, etc. Oh, boy. Chad's World, produced by the Teenage Pierce. Okay, I'm going to keep that up for later. Oh, but just so you guys aren't aware, while we're talking about Brock Pierce for just a second, I do want you guys to see this. This is Brock Pierce. Child rape allegations. Founder of Tether. Ties to Jeffrey Epstein. This guy right here is Justin Trudeau's half-brother. And then this guy was a MAGA grifter. His name's Dustin Stockton. Kyle Kemper, Justin Trudeau, part of the Blockchain Association of Canada, also part of Alternate Health Corps and Global Gaming Technologies. Right? And then you have Dustin Stockton, that I'll do a podcast with Ian Carroll. In case you were wondering where Ian sits on the Brock Pierce thing. Apparently his friends are friends with Brock Pierce. That's not good. Fred Savage, sexual misconduct. Oh no. All right, let's see this Fred Savage thing real quick, and then we'll go back to the Al Seckel. Fred Savage accused of forcing himself on ex-Wonder Years crew member in bar bathroom. You know, I'm going to be honest. I've been alive for 30 plus years. I've never thought about forcing myself on someone. That doesn't even sound appealing. Why would you? Never mind. Anyway. Okay. Wonder Years. Fired from his role as executive producer. Teach Our Peace, Savage's exit came after a group of 6 women who worked on the show sent a complaint to Disney and spoke to the HR in February. They all acknowledged that Savage could be kind and supportive. They claimed he was also prone to bouts of anger and verbal harassment, especially towards women. He didn't return for comment. Since I was 6 years old, I've worked on hundreds of sets with thousands of people, and I always strive to contribute to an inclusive, safe, and supportive work environment. It is devastating to learn that there are coworkers who feel I have fallen short of these goals. I mean, I would say that forcing yourself on someone sexually doesn't sound very inclusive, safe, and supportive. I don't think that's going to be a real subjective opinion either. The other younger crew member Savage allegedly grew close to in the Wonder Years declined to speak. However, said Savage can be extremely controlling of her daily behaviors. He was manipulative and erratic. Proceeded to verbally harass me and belittle me. We truly thought he supported women. Ugh. Okay, so Brock Pierce was introduced to Epstein by Al Seckel. Seckel was described as a connector who threw splashy parties in Malibu. Okay, and that's the thing we saw with MacArthur. Never had a steady employer. I kept hearing variations on a scheme Mrs. Pierce Williams believed he perpetrated against her late husband. Coke? Like Richard Koch? Or David Koch? Which Koch brother is this? David Baltimore, Caltech's president. Oh, it was neither. Christoph Koch. I don't know who that is. Caltech and NASA. John Edwards. Oh, this must be the article that all those are from. Seckel's allure was partly his background. People around him understood that he had ties to Caltech and that at Cornell he had been a teaching assistant in Carl Sagan's class. We're bringing in Carl Sagan? So wait, Seckel has ties to... Don't I already have Cornell on this web somewhere? I do. Holy shit. Okay, Scott Nolan. All right, let's bring Cornell up here then. Over by where'd he go? There he is. You guys see what I'm saying about these webs getting just messy all the time? And then, oh man, okay. Let's see. Maybe we can bring this here. We'll move that. We'll move this up and over. Maybe we can do this. I'm going to bring JD Vance down. He's going to end up being tied to a bunch of stuff also. This here. Cornell to Al Seckel. There we go. And that is where Carl Sagan comes in the picture. So I guess Al Seckel and Carl Sagan were buddies? That's crazy. Or I guess Al Seckel assisted Carl Sagan at Cornell. When I asked who was there, he went into a bit of a trance, nodding as he recounted the details. Francis Crick and Slash from Guns. I need you guys to understand that this web now has Fred Savage, Carl Sagan, and Slash from Guns N' Roses. Slash has no memory of Seckel or the party. Yeah, that sounds like something that they would say. I mean, it's a loose connection at best. But still. L. Pierce Williams, a historian of science whom Seckel still calls his first great mentor. Who's L. Pierce Williams? Never heard of this guy. I have to look at him. Navy, Cornell, Yale. We got another Yale. Let's see. We might be able to bring this up here. Because JD Vance went to Yale. And I've actually been looking into Yale. And Scroll and Key, Wolf's Head, and Skull and Bones all started out of Yale. Okay, so he's connected to Cornell and Yale. Charles Darwin, Thomas Kuhn. Thomas Kuhn was wrapped up in the eugenics stuff, wasn't he? The Taft School. He went to Harvard. The National Science Foundation. Kuhn served as the director of the National Science Foundation project. Oh, so he's tied up to with the NSF. Well, that just came from the Rockefeller Foundation. Okay. All right. This web is getting kind of crazy. Because we have the NSF over here. Just move some of this stuff here. Wait, McKinley can come down. Okay. I never even finished up with the Human Immunome Project. me get this stuff situated real quick. We have Stanley Plotkin from there as well, who was part of the rabies rubella vaccine. He's on the Human Immunome Project as well. Oh. And see, it's funny because like all these people that are so obsessed with DNA are also tied up in like the biomedical fields. So when Larry Ellison said that they're gonna make vaccines specific to you and your DNA, he wasn't lying. All right, so that's it for Metcalf. Linda Avey, Stanford Board of Fellows, got it. Herbert Hoover, we have Sue Siegel. Who's part of the Stanford Board of Fellows. She's over GE Ventures, which owns General Electric. We have Elias Zerhouni, who was in George W. Bush's cabinet. He's part of this project. And then Drew Altman is also part of the Stanford Board of Fellows, and he belongs to the Kaiser Family Foundation. So let me grab that real quick too. And then GE has GE is tied up with Israel. What was this? Get rid of that. We got to get Robert Maxwell's Maxwell Communications out here. Because Maxwell Communications, for a time, owned McGraw-Hill, which was the textbook company. So Robert Maxwell's company owned the company that produced majority of the textbooks for public schools in the United States. Oh. Which we can see. Robert Maxwell launched a dawn raid on the company, acquiring the stake of 29%. Following year, he has secured full control. He changed the name of the company to British Printing and Communications Corporation, and then to Maxwell Communications Corporation in 1987. The company acquired Macmillan Incorporated, which was a book publishing company. It went on to buy Science Research Associates, which is how he started. Oh, you guys can't even see that. Science Research Associates, which is sort of how he shoehorned his way in. Did you guys ever watch that Joe Rogan clip? Which Joe Rogan is CIA propaganda. Don't take anything you see on there seriously. But he was right about Robert Maxwell basically creating like a peer review system for scientific research, where if you weren't doing studies and providing research on things they wanted, you would basically get buried. So it sort of pressured scientists into doing studies based on things that Robert Maxwell wanted. The official airline guide, which is a global travel data provider with a headquarters in UK. Company was founded in 1929 and is operated in USA, Singapore, Japan, Lithuania, and China. It has a large network of flight information data, including schedules, flight status, connecting times, and industry references. So if you're wondering like how they were able to get all of those flights to Epstein Island sort of shuffled under and buried and stuff, it's probably because Robert Maxwell owns this official airline guide thing. And then the SRA was sold to a joint venture of Maxwell's, Macmillan, and McGraw-Hill that next year. And it says the company went into administration in 1991. Following the death of Robert Maxwell, Time Warner acquired McDonald. McGraw-Hill acquired that part of Macmillan McGraw-Hill that it did not already own outright. So what you had was Robert Maxwell owned Macmillan, which was in a partnership with McGraw-Hill. I'll go ahead and add these two. Let's see. Oh, nope. Not what I wanted to do. Add card. Official aviation guide. All right, let's get out of there. All right, Thomas Kuhn. History of Science Society. Kuhn, Ludwig Fleck. Karl Popper. The Kuhn-Popper debate. We'll get back to him. L. Pierce. And this was Al Seckel's mentor out of Cornell. There's not really much on him either. But we do have Caltech with Al Seckel. A TED Talk, a WEF Talk, founder of various front organizations, controller of Robert Maxwell's personal papers. Wait, what? Seckel gave an early TED Talk on optical illusions. In the video, which is still online, has been viewed more than 1.5 million times. He shows a series of illusions, including the famous one in which a naked man holding a naked woman can seen another way be interpreted as a group of dolphins. Seckel is confident and energetic, cracking the audience up with a joke about how Caltech students always see the dolphins. Okay. Tuckle spoke at the WEF in Davos. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's around here somewhere. Oh, it's so far down. Okay. Man, Al was busy, wasn't he? Uh On the World Economic Forum's website, he's listed as founder, Super Smart Consulting Network, president and founder of IllusionWorks, co-founder of Blue World Alliance, co-founder of Mindshift, an educational company teaching thinking skills and pleasure of finding things out to young adults. Suckle's been trying to sell the papers of Robert Maxwell, his late father-in-law, but so far he hasn't found a buyer. Seems to have plenty of time, and in our Skype encounters last year, before he grew suspicious of me, he was a prodigious talker. Sometimes he floated a new story. He was the first one who gave Richard Dawkins the idea to attack creationism. So he's also tied to Richard Dawkins? According to himself? Man, this is going to have to be like its own episode on my show. I'm going to have to break all this down for the people over on Iconic. Holy. Okay, I might be able to somehow move this over and in. That. Discovered your music, by the way. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I made most of that before I was awake. I made most of that before I was awake and realized that there were way more important things going on than making music. WUR? Did I know that he gave Peter Diamandis the idea to fund James Cameron's underwater exploration? Francis Crick. He was married before Laura? Alice Clark. But I did talk to his second wife, Denise Lewis, a former model. We're still married? I can dig it. Hey. There's some cultural Marxism in some of my songs, but we won't talk about it. I was being goofy. The Darwin fish is a popular parody variant of the ichthys, often displayed by atheists, and a Christian variation designed to promote evolutionary creation. Okay. All right. I think we've got the Al Seckel ties. Bannon's mention of Turkish currency in relation to Epstein in the third screenshot above. Consider Eric Adams' legal troubles involving Turkey that tangentially connect to its CIA covert operation to launder money through Turkey. What? Meet the CIA assets who was snuck out of a Utah jail to take down NYC Mayor Eric Adams, Turkish billionaire Sezgin Baron Korkmaz is slated to testify against Adams. Wait, what? What? I guess you guys couldn't see it. What? Okay. All right. Where'd you go, Eric Adams? You're coming with me. We're going up here by these guys. What? Mayor Adams is connected to Turkey? And I guess by extension, Al Seckel, right? Oh, no, Bannon. Sorry. Not Seckel. Steve Bannon. And then I need this Sezgin Baron Kor. These people live such crazy lives. Yes, they do. By crazy, I think we all know that you mean disgusting. That's what I would, that's probably the word I might use. Sezgin Baron Korkmaz. I'm going to need to keep this up on screen for a second. Sezgin Baron Korkmaz. And he's an asset out of Turkey? I'm wondering where we could put this guy. Because I still need to connect him to Steve Bannon. Maybe we could do like that. And then we'll bring AWS over here. And is Steve, so how is Steve Bannon? Bannon's mention of Turkish currency in relation to Epstein in the third screenshot above. 2018 reports that he was spotted entering Epstein's mansion. Bannon admitted that they had met and then said cryptically, "Have you seen the Turkish currency?" which the employee took to mean that Epstein was somehow involved in the recent collapse of the Turkish lira. Bannon always insinuated that he was still working. Bannon always insisted that he was still working with the CIA even when he was outside the White House, which is completely bullshit. Claimed to have a currency trading business that earned tens of millions of dollars. Johnson says Bannon made several visits to Epstein's New York mansion after he was ousted from the White House in August 2017. He also offered to introduce me to him at one point. Johnson tells the Rolling Stone. Johnson declined the offer. Who's this Johnson guy? Wait, Eric Adams is planning on moving to Golan Heights? Who is this Johnson guy? Johnson, Bannon, Epstein. Damn it. Surely not Mike Johnson. Charles Johnson. Who's Charles Johnson? Who worked... Oh, he worked at Breitbart also. Eric Adams says he wants a retirement home in Israel. Of course. And he's talking about Golan Heights, which was annexed under the Abraham Accords by Donald Trump into Israel. And they renamed it Trump Heights. So we have Charles Johnson out of Breitbart. Breitbart. IGE up a little. Dude, this is insane. Because I haven't even connected Bannon to Trump yet. We might move Trump out here. This. Oh boy. Okay. We still have to bring in some of this stuff too. Clarium Capital. Have we already done that? Nope. Oh, it's the Johnson guy I told you about, the friend of Gates who said that Epstein is a patriot and is... Really? This Charles John? Okay. Jeffrey Epstein was a good personal friend. Ghislaine Maxwell should be pardoned and released. I'm working on that too. Oh, Whitney Webb. Oh, man. Okay. All right. All right. I see. I see. He goes by Chuck. Well, not really, but kind of. So he's buddies with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. That's disturbing. The fact that he was trying to basically exonerate them is extremely disturbing. That's insane. What do you mean, patriot? How do you patriotically traffic children? What? How does that work? I don't think that's how that works. Wild that somebody would say that. And he's friends with Matt Gaetz. Who was almost... Wasn't he almost our attorney general or something? Matt Gaetz, right? Seems to be. And if you click on Whitney's tweet and scroll up, you can see that Gates protected Epstein's deal. Yeah, the sweetheart deal, right? Johnson is also a close friend of Peter Thiel. Oh, geez. Okay. All right, let's see here. We're gonna put Matt Gaetz. Oh man. Okay, I see what we're gonna do. We're gonna put Matt Gaetz here. And okay, so do you guys remember earlier when I said that Kash Patel's company, his consultancy firm, Trishul, consulted with Matt Gaetz on his interstate minor trafficking thing. You guys remember that? From a couple hours ago? So that means that we can also Trishul. I can't remember if it's 2 U's. Maybe. Let me go look. It is not. It is 1. But Trishul belongs to Kash Patel. Trishul was also receiving payments from Donald Trump's, it was the Trump Media and Technologies Group. And they were paying Trishul at the time, which belongs to Donald Trump. And I think I can find that too. Hold on. I think I might have actually made a post about it. Let me look. Matt Gaetz gave $120,000 to Trishul LLC, which was registered to an address registered to Kash Patel during his sex trafficking scandal. According to the SEC, Trishul LLC is owned by Kash and was receiving money from the Trump Media and Technology Group back in 2023. And these are SEC records where it says TMTG, which is Trump Media Technology Group, paid $30 and $40 respectively to Trishul. As of March 31st, 2024 and 2023, TMTG had an outstanding payable balance of $0, 10 cents, or $10 respectively to Trishul. Trishul is owned by Kashyap Kash Patel, a director of TMTG since March 25th, 2024, which means Kash Patel is also a director of TMTG, Donald Trump's media group. Now you wonder why he got picked as the FBI director. And so, what the what? Johnson is also a close of Peter Thiel. Okay, well that just brings us very full circle. Can we connect him to Thiel with a line? We can. Okay, I think I have to come off this side though. Oh, they're all deleted. Gates is married to Ginger. What? Matt Gates is married to Palmer Lucky's sister. Okay. That's just going to bring in Anduril Industries. Their wedding was in Mar-a-Lago. Disgusting. So we might be able to put his wife down here. No, we'll do this. Do I already have... Yeah, I have Anduril right there. So we'll do this. We'll take this. Palmer Lucky. Dude, I'm learning so much tonight. Every time I do one of these, I learn so much. You guys teach me a lot. And I appreciate it. Ginger, Lucky, Gates. Dude, what? Wild. Never mind, they got engaged there. Oh. Internet troll Chuck Johnson knew about Peter T. Oh, Gawker, eh? Oh, sorry, you guys couldn't see that. Peter Thiel had Gawker shut down. They did the story about Ambrosia where he was like taking young people's blood, and he hated them since. And then when they released Hulk Hogan's sex tape, Peter Thiel backed Hulk Hogan financially to sue Gawker to get them shut down. And now you know why Hulk Hogan was part of the Trump campaign. Business partner sues Chuck Johnson for falsely presenting as an intelligence agent. Fantastic. Gawker Archives. Forbes revisited the tale of the notorious right-wing internet troll Charles C. Johnson, his $55 million defamation lawsuit against Gawker Media. All right, well, let's just go ahead and bring Gawker into this. Let's see here. I'm going to put it down here. And we obviously need Ambrosia. You know, I honestly think because Peter Thiel has adopted children because he's gay. And I think he's going to farm his children for their blood when they're older, like Brian Johnson does. Now, that's just my guess. But I think it's true. I think that is what's going to happen. I think he's going to feed off of his children because he's a gay vampire. Let's see. I can do Hulk Hogan. That's crazy. This web is getting ridiculous. We'll put this here. Red Gawker. Let's go back to the Gawker archive here. In October 2015, Johnson claims that Gawker will cease to exist in a year's time. Johnson's alleged communication with the law firm of Hulk Hogan's litigation attorney Charles Harder, who also served as Teal's legal proxy. Okay. So, yep. Charles Harder. What the fuck? Okay. Johnson contacted Hulk Hogan's Los Angeles-based firm, according to a source familiar with the situation. Harder, Murrell, and Abrams, a law firm that was paid by Teal to represent Hogan. In the Gawker lawsuit. He also has had contracts with JD Vance. He's not a fan of Musk, however. This was who is this? His account itself was deleted or suspended. 5 years ago, yesterday, Elon Musk claimed his father didn't own an emerald mine. In fact, his father, Errol, traded half of an airplane for shares in an emerald mine and laundered the cash from the cash sales of these emeralds, and Elon helped him, Errol told us on camera. Wait. Oh, yeah, I bookmarked this. I was going to go back to this weekend. I was going to go clear all my bookmarks out this weekend. I forgot that you sent that to me. So should we just go look at Chuck Johnson's Substack? I mean, he doesn't seem like a very reliable source. No, I don't want to subscribe. Complete schizo. Seems like it. What's this thing he has about Clearview AI? Refrain from posting about Clearview AI on social media. Yeah, Clearview AI is Peter Thiel's biometric face recognition company that works with Israel, which we're going to end up putting on here. Hal Lambert is the co-CEO of Clearview AI. Is that true? Hal Lambert and Richard Schwartz. All right. Well, let's just go ahead and add the Clearview AI because that was something I forgot about. We need to find a way to connect it up there to Israel. I think we have a spot here. And Clearview AI is also actively working in airports right now. They bragged last year about catching a lady at an airport who was using a fake ID, which I don't know why she was using a fake ID to try to get on a plane. That's not any of my business, but they used facial recognition to catch her, which is alarming. Let's see, maybe we can fit Carbine in here and move Clearview AI over here. Here we go. Perfect. And then we have the two CEOs, Hal Lambert. And apparently he's like in charge of some investment firm out of Texas. I have to go look at that. And Richard Schwartz, who I've never heard of. So I need to go see what he's about also. Okay. So that is true. Lambert says he stepped in to help Clearview with the new administration. Under the Trump administration, we would grow more than we are able to under the Biden administration. We're talking to the Pentagon. We're talking to Homeland Security. I'm pretty sure Clearview AI is being used by is it the ATF? Wait, what? Okay. Hal Lambert's career has been built on criminal fraud. He ran the Chinese-built MAGA ETF while endorsing Governor Ron DeSantis. Lambert is currently suing your humble correspondent over an investment in a satellite company, which I had introduced him to. I have the emails. Since then, his lawyer abruptly quit working for Quinn Emanuel and has now moved on to DLA Piper. DLA Piper, Doug Imhoff, Kamala Harris's husband, worked there. And so did James Comey's brother, Peter Comey. Know anything about Naval Ravikant? He is also an investor in Clearview AI. I don't. It's also used in Ukraine. Not shocked at all. What's the deal with this guy? Naval Ravikant. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, I'm telling you guys, half of the battle with this web is just getting everything to fit. No. Hold on. Resigns to seek out Trump opportunities. No, you're good. You're good. We'll maybe I can do a new private window. Oh no, it got me again. Okay, that didn't work. But this seems like the same thing. Let's see. Hone Ton That. From CEO to president, appears to be positioning itself to benefit from the Trump administration and its new renewed focus on biometric surveillance, particularly at the border. Lambert, Point Bridge Capital, served on Donald Trump's inauguration committee. Okay, that's Hal Lambert. So we might want to put him. Oh boy. Oh, 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 oh. And he's also over, what was it? Point Bridge Capital? Jeez. Okay. Well, I guess since it's a capital firm, we'll make it blue. Schwartz was an advisor to Rudy Giuliani. Okay. All right. Schwartz, you're coming over here too. Damn it, Matt Gaetz. Okay. All right, that'll work. So we have him tied to Rudy Giuliani, who's obviously tied to Trump. Why does this say Ruby Giuliani? Odd. Or is it? Yeah, they made a typo. This says Ruby Giuliani. Oh, shit. Ruby. How do I leave like a note to the editor? I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, man. Guys, it's getting messy. I still haven't included like the Teal Fellowship and its ties to like Vitalik Buterin. Let's go ahead and add that before I forget. Vitalik Buterin started Ethereum. Peter Thiel paid him to start Ethereum. He gave him seed money for it. I don't know what to make this. Maybe purple because it's a crypto. What else did we have here? Laura Deming also was part of the Teal Fellowship. And she started a company called IP Immortal, which is like a wanting to live forever company, so transhumanism. She got money from the Teal Fellowship. There were others, but it's not super important. All right, so we have Matrix Capital to Tully Friedman and the Salomon brothers. Let's get that on there because that was like a co-investment thing through was it Zero? Yeah, Zero. From Valar Ventures. So maybe we'll move Joe Rogan. We're gonna move Joe Rogan over. Right there. Bring this up and over. Bring this here. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you for calling that out. Sometimes I forget. Thank you for keeping me accountable. All right, so we've got this. I'm gonna bring these up. I'm gonna put these here somewhere. Oh man. Okay. We'll make it work. Matrix Capital. So Valar Ventures invested in this company called Zero that also got funding from Matrix Capital from this guy named Tully Friedman, who used to work at the Salomon Brothers. That Salomon Brothers, the one that was World Trade Center 7. And we had Warren Hellman, also part of Matrix Capital, that was over Lehman Brothers. What else did we have down here? The Salomon Brothers building was part of the junk bond crisis. Also, oh man, where's the junk bond crisis? Oh, it's so far away. Maybe we can tie it there, bring it down here, like that. And then we'll extend these out just a little, like so. Then I should be able to take this, do just like that. Boom. Okay. Guys, this is a lot of stuff. Okay. And then Clarium Capital. Did I already do that one with Mark Zuckerberg? I haven't yet. Where are we going to put you, Mark Zuckerberg? You already have John Hopkins on here somewhere? Probably not. Maybe. I don't see it. Okay. All right. So where can we move Clarium Capital then? Maybe down here. Like that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Clean this up a little bit. The Y Combinator is going to be important. The Teal Family Foundation is the home office is run by Blake Masters. Have you heard of Tescriel? No. What is that? Oh. Mark Zuckerberg. And then that's where we're also going to get Sean Parker. Did I already add Sean Parker here somewhere? I did. Okay. So we need to find a way to get Sean Parker down to Facebook. And Mark Zuckerberg. And then Mark Zuckerberg was part of the John Hopkins Center for Talented Youth. John Hopkins University. What is it called again? Like Gifted Youth or something. John Hopkins Youth Center for Talented Youth, which Marquez Brownlee was also a part of, oddly enough. And so was Lady Gaga. Google it, and on Wikipedia, look who identifies as this. Okay. The usual suspects. Extropianism. Did you guys know that I think it's 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 4 of the people that claim that the Satoshi Nakamoto email happened are all transhumanists? They're all extropian transhumanists. An acronym neologism proposed by the computer scientist Timnit Gebru. It stands for transhumanism, extropianism, singularitarianism. The singularity that Elon Musk has been talking about. Cosmism, rationalism, effective altruism, and long-termism. Gebru and Torres argue that these ideologies should be treated as an interconnected and overlapping group with shared origins. Yeah, you know where the shared origins come from? The fucking Chabad Lubavitch. The Kabbalah. That's where all this shit comes from. You have, I mean, maybe not rationalism specifically, but yes. They say this movement that allows its proponents to use the threat of human extinction to justify expensive or detrimental projects and consider it pervasive in social and academic circles in Silicon Valley centered around artificial intelligence. As such, the acronym is sometimes used to criticize a perceived belief system associated with big tech. Tescriel bundle eugenics and the promise of utopia through artificial general intelligence. Transhumanism, extropianism, singularitarianism, cosmism, rationalism, altruism are a bundle of interconnected and overlapping ideologies that emerged from the 20th century's eugenics with shared progenitors. Tokenization, yep. Yep, they're trying to... Larry Fink is all about that. So, Tescriel. So... these guys are basically saying that the eugenics movement of the 20th century by I'm assuming the Rockefellers, stated goal of many organizations in the field, remain widespread with the movements to build AGI, which is agentic AI. That's like self-correcting, self-operating. It doesn't have the animated eugenicists of the past. Racism, xenophobia, classism, ableism, sexism remain widespread within the movement to build AGI, resulting in systems that harm marginalized groups and centralize power while using the language of safety and benefiting humanity to evade accountability. Oh, wow. I mean, it makes sense because when you go look at like Technocracy Inc., which is Elon Musk's grandfather's stuff, it goes back to, so Elon Musk's grandfather, part of Technocracy Inc., started by Howard Scott, who also formed the Technical Alliance and was inspired by the student named Thorstein Veblen. Thorstein Veblen was part of New School for Social Research, which was Alvin Saunders Johnson was the director of this school. And Alvin Saunders Johnson worked for the Rockefeller Foundation, which is where you get the UN and the WHO and the National Institutes of Health. And this is where we're going to get that Mary Lasker lady that Deprogrammed was telling me about last night. And the National Science Foundation and NIAID. And that's where we get Anthony Fauci. And the COVID. We are definitely going to keep reading on Wikipedia, though. Let's go back. Describes overlapping AGI, life extension, so like the Centurianism, and space colonization. Charles Strong, using the example, argued that ideologies will allow billionaires to pursue massive personal projects driven by right-wing interpretation of science fiction by arguing that not to pursue such projects pose an existential risk to society. Holy shit, they're just talking about Elon. Elon and Peter Thiel. Gebrew and Torres write that using the threat of extinction, Tescrilis can justify attempts to build unscoped systems which are inherently unsafe. Ethan Zuckerman. He's from MIT. Ends justify the means movement that is antithetical to democratic, inclusive, fair, patient, and just governance. Artificial intelligence, consider AI accelerationists who consider AI the only way to pursue a utopian future where problems are solved, or AI doomers who consider AI likely to be unaligned to human survival. So you could be either someone that really loves AI or really hates AI, and you'd be the same thing. I don't want to be a Tescrialist. Global financial and tech elites who promote new uses of psychedelic drugs. By the way, Peter Thiel is invested in a psychedelic company as mental health treatments, not because they want to help people so they can make money on the sale of these pharmaceuticals, as a plan to increase inequality. Tescrial ideologies directly originate from 20th century eugenics, and that the bundle of ideologies advocates a second wave of new eugenics. I'm going to take that, actually. Let's take that, and we're going to put that over here. look into the Esalen Institute. So we could confidently say that both of them are TESCREAlists, right? What would we even color this? It's like a school of thought. Maybe like a lime green or something. Let's go pink. I haven't used pink yet. So we have Elon Musk and Peter Thiel are TESCREAlists. I might have to move some of this. Broke 610 lives, 100 more than episode 1. Let's go. Thank you, everybody, for watching. You guys are watching me get my mind blown by the chat in real time. You guys are fantastic. Everyone that is contributing and sending me links and stuff of stuff to look at and add to the web, you guys are amazing. Wouldn't be able to do it without you, literally, because I wouldn't know where to start. Okay, so maybe we move McKinley up here, move Guilford there. We have to move Carnegie up a little. Move this over. Okay. Truth is spreading. Let's go. Okay, we need to continue looking at this TESCREAL. Oh, I need to add this to the web. I need to add this Wikipedia article or this little snippet here to the web. Move the Standard Oil Company up. We'll move General Education Board over. That looks good. Okay. Mark Andreessen himself self-identifies. Oh, shit. Okay. See, I know it's pronounced like Mark Andreessen or something, but I always read it as Andreessen. Because the 2 E's. Also, his head. Can we talk about his head for a minute? Like, this guy is not the guy that I think is like... What is going on there? What is this? It's the same picture. James disagrees with criticizing proponents of TESCREAL. He argues that tech billionaires criticized in a Scientific American article for allegedly espousing TESCREAL have significantly advanced society. In the blog for the Techno Progressive. Okay, so I've looked at this before. Why is it purple? Who was James Hughes, maybe? World Transhumanist Association. Oh, he's the director. Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and throw him on here since he has a shared belief. James Hughes. I wonder if he has any overlaps with Thiel and Musk. Maybe we'll... Okay. And then we also have Nick Bostrom from that. So let's go ahead and add him on here too. Okay. Anything on here? Is he dead? No. Okay. Nanotech founded the Future of Humanity Institute. Their core team. Oh boy. The Fermi paradox. Elon believes in that. Humanity Plus. I'm just doing a quick scan. Dysgenics. AR Arms Race. Oh, he got applauded by Stephen Hawking, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Peter Singer, and Derek Parfit. Okay. Machine Intelligence Research Institute. Future of Life Institute. Man, this guy... Okay, we might have to look more into this Nick Bostrom guy. He seems pretty well connected. Seems like he's all about the trans community. Transhumanist, but trans all the same. Let's see. IEET. Stephen Umbrello. Okay. Let's see here. So we have Stephen Umbrello and Marcello Renisi, I think. All right, back to James Hughes. University of Boston, Chicago. Oh. Rejecting bioconservatism. Odd-looking people there. Yeah, all of them. Everyone that believes in transhumanism is fucking hideous. Like, why do you want to live forever? Have you seen yourself? Peter Thiel, you're so sweaty. All right, let's go back to TESCREAL. Mark Andreessen, you bastard. Elon Musk has been described as sympathetic to some TESCREAL ideologies. Where's Andreessen sit on the Trump admin again? Was he just a donor? I could have swore he got an admin role. Or is he just very close? He's pro-Trump. I could have swore it. Maybe I'm just thinking of David Sachs. Or Howard, almost said Nutlick. Howard Lutnick. That's Daniel Horowitz, right? Co-founder of Netscape and Mosaic. Just a donor? Okay. Yeah, I don't know where I got that idea from. It was probably just because he was so pro-Trump that I assumed that he was going to be put in the admin. 50 facts. I don't know if I want to know that many about this guy. Okay, so I've got Andreessen there. He was also a co-founder of Netscape. That's crazy. Between Kamala and Trump, that's right. That's right. Oh, I assumed he was. I assumed with a name like Horowitz, brother, you already know. Then we have, I guess I'll put that there. I'll put Trump. I'll connect him to Trump. And Andreessen did confirm donate to Donald Trump, right? That's a confirmed. Ben Horowitz, not Daniel. And let's see. Basic programming, National Center for Supercomputing Applications, Eric Bina. Mosaic and Netscape, okay. Go ahead and add that then. Luckily his name is short. What else has this guy been wrapped up in? That site was just updated today. Oh shit, okay. AC, oh, this is all they have on this guy? What a loser. Birthplace, Mosaic, graduation plans. Enterprise Integration Technologies. James Clark, a former professor at Stanford. Who's James Clark? I've looked at him before too. What the hell? Okay. Let's add him. How do we connect him to Stanford? Stanford's like all the way over there. Maybe I can move this over and put him here. This. Bring James Clark up here. Like that. Like that. Oh, we gotta move Eric Bina over. Okay. So we'll put that there. And then... Oh boy. Okay. Right here. There we go. And his father, David Horowitz, runs multiple anti-Muslim websites, hated Occupy Wall Street, and has always spoken against the left. Oh, you guys weren't even able to see that struggle. So I had to put James Clark. I had to put James Clark up here so that I could connect him to Andreessen and Eric Bina and Mosaic. I don't think he was part of Netscape, actually. Or was he? He was. Okay. Oops. So we'll need to look at David Horowitz also. Let's get some stuff about National Academy of Engineering, Silicon Graphics, Healthion. Use the power of computing and the internet to revolutionize the healthcare industry. Oh, boy. It was acquired by WebMD. Okay, and it's kind of went nowhere. Got it. Okay, never mind. University of Utah, Stanford, the Motorola, Wall Street. An Atlanta, Georgia startup company, WebMD, originally focused on medical content, was also making similar inroads. Knowing WebMD had financial backing from Microsoft, Clark decided to merge Healthion with the original WebMD to form the WebMD Corporation. How does that work? Okay, that goes nowhere. Awesome. I mean, I'm assuming we can add it? I added it right there. I'm looking back through this, and then I'm going to go back to the Andreessen. Stanford, James A. Clark Center for Biomedical Engineering. He's a board member of the WWF. Okay. All right, let's get out of there. Sam Bankman-Fried was also into TESCREAL stuff. I'm pretty sure that everybody that starts a major crypto company is a transhumanist or a technocrat. Oh, so Andreessen was part of AOL for a while. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Dude, every time I zoom out and look at this, like, these are what my webs normally look like, kind of. It gets a little messy down here. This is insane. So remember that every red card is a person. Every blue card, like light blue card, is a venture capital firm. Every green card is a company. Every yellow card is like a government or an institute. Dark blue is universities or schools, which I guess I should change these to yellow. Because they're not technically universities. Let's see. Mark Zuckerberg went to Harvard. Sorry, I'm just seeing some things that I missed. And then, do I already have Daniel Ek? Oh, I have Mark Zuckerberg over here. Oops. Okay. I think we can fix that. One sec. Fixed. All right. Let's see. So AOL, LoudCloud, was acquired by HP. Queen Elizabeth Prize for Engineering. He invested in Twitter. Okay. So how can I do that? Bring this over. Soros Fellowship over and bring Pierce over just a little bit. You guys didn't need to see that. I was just cleaning some stuff up. Oh, wow. We're almost at time already. Jesus. Okay. Internet Hall of Fame. Cover Time Magazine. Netscape. Acquired by HP. A lot of these are redundancies. Investment in Dig, Quick, Twitter. Advisory roles at Facebook and eBay. I didn't know that. Where'd Andressen go? There he is. Damn, how are we going to connect him all the way over here to Facebook? All right. Well, this ain't my first rodeo. Let's see here. I gotta shrink Peter Thiel down. We'll move FieldLink over. Move the XBank over just a little bit. PayPal's probably fine where it is. I'll have to have a quick recap of our map next time or before you start anew. We absolutely will go over it. How do you guys feel about this as like a stopping point for right now? Oh, it's not gonna work. Try that. That works. Okay. Shrink that down. It's fine. We know what it is. We know it's Leon Black's ties to Epstein. And then Alex Spiro just has to be moved up a little. No way. Did we just clear it? We sure did. We sure did. Okay. All right. So where to even begin? Good, but what's next? So, I mean, as you guys can see, the Peter Thiel, Elon Musk web gets pretty crazy. I think we have most of this stuff over here. Let's do this. Do you guys know Andrew Yang was also part of the Johns Hopkins Center for Talented Youth? So I think I can put this here. Like that. What's next is probably going to be it's actually a good question. I really need to go over the Rockefellers. I think looking at like transhumanism as a whole and like eugenics and stuff would be a good next topic. But I still think I'm going to put it to a vote. So I'll probably have a vote, like a poll running for next time. Put these guys up here. This. I think we already have the Obama administration. We do. How can I? It's like this. Okay. I'll put Pharaoh over here. Get rid of that. Obama administration down to Pharaoh. Move the Austin University thing just a tad. John Hopkins, Lady Gaga, Marquez, and Ronan Farrow. Maybe I'll do like that. There we go. We can delete the Obama administration. If only, right? As far as pandemic plan. And then I think the only other thing would be Blue Seed, which was his that. Then we'll do this. Get rid of that. So Blue Seed was like where Peter Thiel was trying to avoid immigration laws. So he was trying to like build an offshore fortress so that immigrants could be there and then take a ferry into work every day and work at companies without having U.S. citizenship or green cards. Don't forget all the ex-intelligence podcasters. Yeah, like Sean Ryan. Who's another one? He's just the first one that comes to mind. Matt Taibbi over just a little bit. Maybe Pritzker over. I still can't believe he's governor of Illinois. That's insane. Wait a minute. Why is this down here? That shouldn't be there. Oh. We got a double. Yeah, this TESCREAL thing, I'm shocked that I've never heard of that before. All right, we got one more link here. and then I'll give a recap. Luckily, I made the stream end on Twitter at 8:30 as a little overhead in case we went over.
But there's so much to this, and people are just like, whoa, my gosh, he's FBI informant. But you see that bear? It's got brown fur, and I saw it pooping in the woods. Did you? I saw a salmon in the water. I saw a bird flying in the sky. The whole country's run by this. The intelligence agencies run almost everything. And what they're trying to shut down, they don't run. But the globalists are too arrogant to ever admit that. But now they're starting to get it. Oh, Peter Thiel's not going along with us. He's secretly behind Trump again. We'll just blow his cover. He also wears a hat with the FBI. Well, he doesn't wear it. He has a general's epaulet in the NSA, and so does Elon Musk, but not at the NSA. Musk is an officer. You think they let people put 10,000 satellites in orbit and run giant heavy boosters, and that guy isn't a crossover where they're transferring government power to corporations? Elon Musk is a officer, deputy in command of Space Force. And Trump was setting up a new agency so he could put his people in it because they blocked him in all the other branches. So.
Wait, what? Did he say that Elon Musk is deputy director of the Space Force? That doesn't seem true. I mean, I know that Space Force. No, I don't, okay. What the fuck is Alex Jones talking about?
We'll put 10,000 satellites in orbit and run giant heavy boosters, and that guy isn't a crossover where they're transferring government power to corporations. Elon Musk is a officer, deputy in command of Space Force.
No. No, he's not. What the fuck is he talking about? I don't see it. He's crazy. So Teal's also, he doesn't mean officially or even literally. I never know what the hell Alex Jones is even talking about. Okay. What was the last thing? I think we were just going to do an overview, right? Okay, so we have Elon Musk, Tesla, Neuralink, Boring, SpaceX, Twitter. I never even got into JD Vance and like the ties to the Rockbridge network or anything like that. What is the software you're using here? It's called Obsidian. It's free, and this is the Canvas mode. We have X, PayPal. X.com was a bank first. Peter Thiel partnered with World Economic Forum. Out of PayPal, we have Harris Fricker, Max Levchin, UPenn, Luke Nosek. David Sachs was wrapped up in the Twitter files with Elon in combination with Matt Taibbi. Elon Musk has ties to Michael Schellenberger, who's wrapped up with the Pritzker family. We didn't even get into Mike Solana today, but he's behind Hereticon, which is like a transhumanist, technocratic doomsday cult. You have all of Peter Thiel's VC funding, which we haven't even dug into. We're gonna continue this web, probably on a future episode. But just through Founders Fund alone, we have Spotify, Stripe, Lyft, Postmates, Niantic, Oculus, which was, I need to connect. I already did, to Palmer Luckey. Wait, do I have him on here twice? I think I do. Okay, I think we could fix that. Do that. We'll move 0 over and move Matrix Capital over. Okay. And then we can get rid of this one. And we have Airbnb, Polymarket, Facebook, Credit Suisse, Sullivan and Cromwell, which came up on one of these guys that were a test reel. I just can't remember who. We have Palantir, Anduril Industries, Blue Seed. Peter Thiel is tied to Ken Howery. No sound? What's up? How are we doing? Looks like some duplicates came through. We have Sean Parker, who's also part of Founders Fund. He was the guy that was played by Justin Timberlake in the Facebook movie, who's tied to Mark Zuckerberg, who attended Daniel Ek's wedding, who is who's the CEO of Spotify. He's spoken at Bilderberg steering committees meetings. We have Scott Nolan, who what was he part of? Stanford. Peter Thiel's part of Stanford. Yeah, Sean Parker is Napster. And he's also a fund manager for, I think Alex just means that Elon is the dude responsible for the space stuff in the deep state. At the end, he mocks Business Insider for covering Peter Thiel. Dude, so, okay, I actually have to show you guys something. One time, Alex Jones was
Update on this.
talking about ring wraiths and mentioning Tolkien, like a lot of Lord of the Rings references. So I said, starting to incorporate LOTR references, spending too much time with Peter Thiel there, bud. And he said, very funny, I'm a fan of Tolkien. Not everything is a conspiracy. Okay. All right. And then I just went in. I can't believe Alex Jones has told me literally verbatim, not everything is a conspiracy. Alex Jones said that to me. That's hilarious. That's the funniest shit. This is the only time he's ever said anything to me. And it was to be the antithesis of everything he's been for the last 30 years. That's so funny. That's incredibly funny to me. Okay. All right. So we have Peter Thiel's Valar Ventures, which co-invested in Zero, which also got an investment from Matrix Capital from Tully Friedman and Warren Hellman. Tully Friedman connected to the Solomon Brothers, which was World Trade Center 7. Peter Thiel also funded Vitalik Buterin through the Thiel Fellowship to start Ethereum, and funded Laura Deming to start IP Immortal, which is a transhumanist centurionist company. Yeah, it is, and that's his entire cash cow. That is hilarious. I know, right? I never thought I'd see the day. Niantic, we have John Hank, who is part of Keyhole that became Google Maps. Google obviously started by Sergey Brin and Larry Page. They're both funded by like BlackRock. They're part of the WEF. Sergey Brin married to two people, Ann Wojcicki, who owns 23andMe, and Nicole Shanahan. So both of them are transhumanists. Nicole Shanahan runs like some bio, it's called like Biotechnica or something. We didn't get time to get into it, but she's also like, oh, we need a moratorium on vaccines till we figure out the science. No, lady, okay, we need to never have vaccines because they're bioweapons. Chat lags hard. I know, I can't help it. My ingest is steady. I think once it starts to sort of back up, or after we've been going for so long, it takes it a second for some reason. But on 23andMe also sits Linda Avey, who's part of the Human Immunome Project that has Jane Metcalf and Elias Zerhouni and Stanley Plotkin. Stanley Plotkin went to the Y-Star Institute and was responsible for the rubella and rabies vaccine. Jane Metcalf runs Wired Magazine and is part of Electronic Frontier Foundation. Linda Avey also sits on the Board of Fellows, which Herbert Hoover was a part of. I like Nicole. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. You want to see Alex's reaction when Trump bombed Syria? Man, yes. Let me try. Hold on. Hold on. You know how easily distracted I am. Stanford Board of Fellows, Herbert Hoover, who started the Hoover Institute that Peter Thiel talks on all the time. Also sits Sue Siegel of GE Ventures, which is General Electric, that has ties to Israel. We have obviously Peter Thiel's ties to Carbine and Clearview that are both tied to Israel. Carbine 911 was a joint venture with Ehud Barak. And what up, Solomon? And Jeffrey Epstein with Peter Thiel for Israel. Obviously Mossad, Robert Maxwell, Matt Gaetz defended Jeffrey Epstein and is married to Palmer Luckey's sister. Matt Gaetz also is friends with Hal Lambert from Point Bridge Capital and trying to get in with Donald Trump, former Clearview AI CEO. No, he was the Clearview AI CEO. Yeah. But Matt Gaetz got consultation from Trishul, which is Kash Patel's business. Kash Patel is also a member of the Trump Media Group. This is episode 2. When did you start doing these? Last week. And this is everything we've gotten in 2 episodes. I still need to go over all this stuff with you guys because I kind of just like added it and shoehorned it in. But it's basically like New School for Social Research, and talking about like the original technocrats and stuff, going into like transactionalism, John Dewey, Martin Heidegger, and it all ties back into like George Hegel, Frederick Holderlin, and Joseph Schelling. And then you had Franz Rosenzweig through Leo Strauss, who started the House of Jewish Learning, which housed Gershom Scholem, which was the founder of the modern academic study of the Kabbalah, where Hegel apparently proposed the direction of the universe and the realization of an infinite knowledge. Like the Kabbalists, Hegel held that the world's beginning, substance, and end is to be found in an infinite, all-inclusive, absolute being. So there is like some overlap with Hegel's idealisms and the Kabbalah, which the Hegelian dialectic has been used to subvert since like Sabbatai Zebi and the Sabbateans and the Sabbatean Frankists were behind the French Revolution and convincing the king to fund the American Revolution to try to exert financial strength over the British after the loss of the 7-Year War. We have obviously Leo Strauss was a Zionist. We have Harold Lasky, who went to the Frankfurt School, that was also part of the New School for Social Research. Alvin Saunders Johnson, who worked at Rockefeller, which was behind the eugenics that ended up becoming the rebrand for the medical industry. and served as the inspiration for the World Health Organization, United Nations, the National Science Foundation, and the NIAID. And all of that was basically funded by Rockefeller through Mary Lasker and her husband, Albert Lasker. Rockefeller was also on the General Education Board, which ended up being like an early precursor to the Department of Education. You had the efficiency movement, which was Frederick Taylor Gates was a part of that. He was also really close confidant of Rockefeller Sr. And was over his Standard Oil Company. You had the efficiency movement included Theodore Roosevelt, Andrew Carnegie. Theodore Roosevelt ended up splitting the ticket in 1912 against William Howard Taft so that we would get Woodrow Wilson, who ultimately ended up signing the Federal Reserve Act. He was obviously the related to FDR, who had people like Guy Tugwell in his cabinet. There's so much. We learned about TESCREALS, which is basically like the encompassing of everything that I have a disdain for. Transhumanism, extropianism, so on and so forth. But all of that also originates from the eugenics movement of the Rockefellers. We have Bill Ackman, who sucks, and his wife was getting money from Epstein. He's part of Universal Music Group, where Jay-Z sits, and Jay-Z shares a lawyer named Alex Spiro, who was also used by Mayor Eric Adams, Brock Pierce, Steve Bannon, and Elon Musk. Elon Musk's grandfather was part of that Technocracy Inc. thing. We have Brock Pierce. We learned a lot about him today with IGE and his connections to Steve Bannon, Bitcoin Foundation, DNA Holdings, Medici Bank, Digital Entertainment Network, where he ended up getting accused of child rape allegations. He's also tied to Epstein. Fred Savage was partnered with Digital Entertainment Network and ended up having his own sexual abuse allegations. And then Michael Huffington, husband of the founder of the Huffington Post, also invested in that company. You have Andrew Breitbart, who founded Breitbart with Steve Bannon, and also co-founded the Huffington Post. We have Drexel Burnham Lambert, because Brock Pierce spoke at the Milken Global Conference, and that was hosted by the Milken Institute, which was created by Michael Milken, who got pardoned by Donald Trump for his role in Drexel Burnham Lambert. That ended up reshuffling and becoming Apollo Global, and Apollo Global had Leon Black tied to it, who also visited Epstein Island. This is all tied into eugenics for the purpose of inventory control and being spearheaded by the common denominator. Exactly, dude. You are right on the fucking money, man. All these people are just supremacists, but they think that they're supreme. And all that shit just comes from the Kabbalah. You have Ghislaine Maxwell, Charles Johnson, that reporter guy who I guess loves Epstein and was also partnering with Breitbart. He was embroiled with something with Gawker, which got sued by Hulk Hogan because of the sex tape thing. Hulk Hogan was represented by a guy named Charles Harder, who was basically one of Thiel's like legal proxies. You have the Thiel Family Foundation with Blake Masters. You have, and the reason Peter Thiel represented Hulk Hogan was because he was mad at Gawker for releasing the Ambrosia story. You have Robert Maxwell with Maxwell Communications, who owned the Official Aviation Guide, which was like the record for all the things for flights. You also have the Science Research Associates, where he started pushing the whole like peer review bullshit so that he could bury scientific studies at his whim. And he also owned a company called Macmillan that ended up co-owning McGraw-Hill. So he was basically in charge of all the textbooks printed for high schools, or all schools in public school. We have Roloff Botha, who is over Sequoia Capital, which also invested in Twitter. You have Strive with Vivek Ramaswamy, who was funded by Bill Ackman, started this company called Roivant that sold COVID vaccines. Vivek Ramaswamy got a Soros fellowship from the Soros thing. I can't remember the last name of it, but it's run by Paul Soros, who's George Soros's brother. George Soros had Steven Mnuchin, who was the Treasury Secretary under Donald Trump in his first term, and also Scott Bessent, who is the Treasury Secretary now. So for as much as everyone on the right hates George Soros, Trump sure does seem to pick Soros bankers to run our bank. So that's pretty terrible. We have Mark Andreessen, who is a self-admitted TESCREAL. He started Netscape and Mosaic with Eric Bina, who also, I believe it was it Mosaic that got investments from Microsoft? I can't remember. But I do know that Digital Entertainment Network did. We have Eric Adams, who I guess is also using the Alex Spiro lawyer in his case right now. But he is tied to Turkish billionaire Zezgin Baron Korkmaz. We have Project Lavender that Peter Thiel's using to do automated kill lists in Israel for the genocide of Palestinians. Peter Thiel is invested in Clearview AI, which also houses Hal Lambert, Richard Schwartz. Richard Schwartz is close with Rudy Giuliani, and Hal Lambert is like a strong advocate, or he was Donald Trump's, he was on Donald Trump's transition team for the White House. We have Marissa Mayer, who goes to The Edge, which was Jeffrey Epstein's thing that Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos attended together. The Edge also included Sergey Brin and this lady named Marissa Mayer, who has spent time at Walmart, Yahoo, and Nextdoor. We have oh man, there's so much. The Human Immunome, I think I already talked about that. The Human Immunome Project. Shit, I guess we'll move over. Obviously, Universal Music Group has P. Diddy, Clive Davis, Lucian Grange, Jay-Z. Oh, Al Seckel was a big part of this. So Al Seckel, who I kept calling Shekel, introduced Brock Pierce to Jeffrey Epstein. And he's also connected to people like Paul McCready. He is connected to James Randi, who I guess is a magician. Richard Feynman, Dudley Moore, who's an actor. He's also claimed to be connected to Carl Sagan and Richard Dawkins. He has thrown parties that Elon Musk has attended. We have... Oh, geez. We have obviously the Schellenberger with the Pritzkers. J.B. Pritzker is the Illinois governor. The Pritzker family is over Hyatt Hotels. Rachel Pritzker is part of the Breakthrough Institute and Environmental Progress. The TESCREALs include significant members like James Hughes, who is over the Institute of Ethics and Emerging Technologies with Stephen Umbrello and Marcello Rossini, and Nick Bostrom, who's also part of the Machine Intelligence Research Institute and the Future of Humanity Institute, and over this company called Humanity Plus. Frederick Taylor Gates, also part of Alpha Phi Delta. Not only was he working for Rockefeller, but he was also part of the secret society that includes people like Joseph Sweetman Ames for the National Advisory Committee of Aeronautics and NASA. You have David Packard from Hewlett Packard, which ended up acquiring. Seckel also held a conference on Epstein Island. We'll have to get to that on another episode. That sucks. And David Michael Solomon of Goldman Sachs, who's also a DJ D-Soul or something like that. Now Alpha Phi Delta or Alpha Delta Phi, primarily out of Yale University, which Scroll and Key, Wolf's Head, and Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones started by Alfonso Taft and William Huntington Russell. And this is where you start to get into like the old English families, because Huntington Russell was from 1809. And this goes back to like Matthew Talcott Russell from 1761. His father, Noadiah Russell, who his father was William Russell, who his father was Noadiah Russell, who his father was William Russell. That was a very confusing thing that I had to navigate. And I'm glad I didn't do it on stream, because it took me like an hour trying to figure out who all these people were. But I was using the New England Families genealogical memorial thing and trying to get excerpts from that to figure that out, because I didn't realize that you were legally allowed to just trade back and forth son and father names like that. Fucking confusing. And then obviously the Rockefellers' ties to all of the health stuff and eugenics. And yeah, I mean, when you zoom out, I mean, we have the World Economic Forum, Bilderberg Steering Committee, Johns Hopkins University, which I guess needs to be blue, which did the SPARS pandemic thing, which all ties back into eugenics because of the COVID vaccine. We have the University of Austin, which includes like Barry Weiss, who is basically Mossad in my opinion. Joe Lonsdale, that she's connected to. He's connected to Larry Summers and Pano Kanelos through the University of Austin. Lynn Blavatnik is also connected to Harvard University and Columbia University, and is over Access Industries, which owns Access Entertainment, which Danny Cohen is a part of, and he is over BBC. He's also part of Warner Music Group and Deezer. We have Scott Nolan is over Radiant and DCVC and something called Network Bio, and also comes from Stanford. Where's Mike Benz? I may just not have gotten to him yet. I just may not have gotten to Mike Benz yet, because like I know JD Vance also has like a lot more stuff tied to him, and him and Vivek have history together through Yale. And I didn't get into Vivek Ramaswamy's Alzheimer's scandal with his mom, where she was allegedly faking studies of the success of his drug so that he could bump up the price and defraud investors. Vivek Ramaswamy is also really good friends with Martin Shkreli, or he was. Man, it's so much. It's so much. No worries, I've been thinking about Benz. I think Benz is organizing much of the messaging on the right. To me, he seems like a spokesperson for Doge and all that. Ooh, we'll have to, we'll have to look at him in a week or two. Not next week. Next week's episode is going to be something else, just because we've gotten really messy with all this stuff. I'm probably going to rearrange some things, which I said I was going to do between last stream and this stream. But I wasn't able to. You have Curtis Yarvin. You have Christina Buttons, who's part of the Manhattan Institute, who's tied up with Bill Ackman, which we get Planned Parenthood, and then the American Birth Control League, and then that's where that Mary Lasker lady starts to come in, because she got partnered with Rockefeller to start like all of the National Institutes of Health, plural. We had Teddy Roosevelt, who was part of the efficiency movement, which was basically just a precursor to the technocracy movement. Also that anti-commie guy, Jesse Kelly. I'm not sure I know that one. Wait, Alex Jones is mad at Trump? That's new. All right, we'll end it on making fun of Alex. Or maybe not, I don't know. Oh, this is old.
They have
broken
Trump.
Oh. Look at
I
Owen
would have Trump
Troyer,
call
dude.
me
He
in
looks
6
so
months.
young.
Wouldn't care if he called me every day. Not gonna cuss. I will tell Trump that you really betrayed your family and your name and everything you stood for with
That's
this
when he
horse
bombed
manure.
Syria.
They went in there and they raided his lawyer. It was unconstitutional. And they got that. Nothing to do with Russia. And they got his bank records. And now the globalists have got Trump by his huevos. And like a big old fat dead seal floating around in the South Pacific with its big old fat belly up in the sky. It looks like Trump's rolling over. And you know, I thought of Trump as a bigger man than me. But you know what, Trump?
Man, if Trump bombed Syria tomorrow, Alex Jones would be cheering it.
Alex
You'd say it's a good
Emmett
thing.
Jones is bigger than you. Because when the push came to shove, you put your tail between your legs, and you crapped your pants. It doesn't mean I hate your guts, but let me tell you, you ever call me again, I'm going to tell you I'm ashamed of you. And I just look at you and what you've done, you make me want to throw up. And who cares? Trump never said he didn't like women. Trump never said he didn't have 6, 7, 8 girlfriends they paid off. Hell, you don't think I don't already know all that stuff? I don't want to get killed here by some CIA head team. I'm not going to release stuff that isn't already out, but I mean, there's no video of President Trump sucking a ding-dong. But I'll tell you, if they were going to blackmail me to start World War III about one, I'd say, hey, I sucked a golf ball through a freaking garden hose. Yeah, give me a break, you son of a bitch.
Like Blair White, maybe? Did you suck off Blair White?
I like women.
Probably not. Who knows? Probably not. I have to say probably not.
Not men. And if I like men, I'd be proud of it. I'd have a lot of them. But I ain't ever been in bed with no man. I've been in bed with probably 300 women. And you sons of bitches sit there and you play these games, and I'm sick of it. Man, I am pissed right now. My gut's never wrong.
It just keeps cutting back to the
I
same
think they
shot of
compromised
Owen
President
Troyer.
Trump, and as good as he was, if he keeps down this road, he's as good as dead. I'm not saying I would hurt him. I'm saying he's a dead man. He's no longer alive. So when I turn against Trump right now, it's not because they put pressure on me. It's because the pressure is doing the right thing. Donald Trump is 2 inches from being dead to me. Then I read Mattis's writings, and it, you know, it's 100 IQ shit. Delay that. I know we're on TV stations. It just makes me sick. I mean, I feel like I just had my best girlfriend break up with me. And the left will make jokes, but this ain't funny, man. And then they sit there and they're like, you know, if you just turn against Trump, things will be better. But he was doing good, and that's what makes it so bad. Oh, and that's what makes it so bad. If he'd have been a piece of crap from the beginning, it wouldn't be so bad. But we made so many sacrifices, and now he's crapping all over us. It makes me sick.
I don't know. We all had faith in Trump. We thought that he would be the one. He stood up to it. He stood up to the political correctness. He stood up to all of it during the
and
campaign.
say something.
But, you know, when you think about the military-industrial complex, you think about the power. I mean, who knows?
I've killed lots of Owen Troyers.
What the fuck? That was so unnecessary. Oh my god. That was great. That was worth it. Even back then he couldn't say that Trump was part of the big group, just that he was compromised. Oh, okay. Well, let me here. Trump's definitely not part of the group. At all. At all. At all. Oh no. Dude, one day we're going to talk about the IP3 international stuff. I still have some stuff I'm trying to understand from it, but it is a big thing. That video is a classic. Always makes me laugh. Yeah, that's going to be something I come back to. I might even post it under Alex Jones's thing and say, what happened? What happened to you, dude? But yeah, this Peter Thiel, Elon Musk web, I mean, look at all these things they touch. And that's, I mean, you get into like Elon Musk's grandfather with the technocracy stuff, and that just opens up the whole like 20th century and all the people that basically ruined the country then. It's insane. It's insane stuff. But that's going to be our time. Twitter is about to cut me off in 2 minutes. So I want to thank everybody for joining me for episode 2 of Lies and Ties. If you missed the stream, it is recorded and will be on Twitter. It'll be replayable on Rumble, and there will be an upload available completely uncut on Odyssey tomorrow as well. Make sure you guys check the Lies and Ties link because I have some merch. One is you can buy a sweatshirt or a t-shirt that has a quote from Alex Jones that says not everything is a conspiracy. And then the other thing that I have is like you can buy a shirt, a tank top, a hoodie, or a beanie that says your favorite politician is, or yeah, your favorite. I forget what it says now. Shit. Hold on. Oh, no, we gotta go. We gotta go. Make sure you check out the link in the episode. It's the link tree. Go check my merch if you like it. I'm only making $1 on everything in the store because I'd rather you guys just wear it, and I have to have a minimum. So thank you guys. We will see you next time. Appreciate it. Signing off. Later, everybody. We'll see you next week.